Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the October 24th meeting of the City of Jersey City Planning Board. I apologize for the late start. We're about 10 minutes late here. So if we could come to order and while the room fills up, please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the
To
flag
the flag.
of the United States of America,
States of America.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
All right, thank you, everybody. Could we have a sunshine announcement, please, Cam?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Today is Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This meeting is being held virtually as a video conference that's open to the public. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on October 19th of 2023. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
All right, thank you. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Here.
Commissioner Stamato.
Present.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Here.
Commissioner Green.
Present.
Commissioner Torres.
Yeah.
And Chairman Langston.
Here.
All right, we have 7 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Could we swear in the staff, please, Mike?
I see Cameron, Liz, Matt, and Tanya. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight? It's going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Cam, do we have any correspondence?
Yes, we do, Chairman. Okay, so it's the last 3 cases on the agenda, and then we have one item earlier on in the agenda, but I believe we're going to address that through correspondence with Councilman Aide. But I'll start with the items later on in the agenda. So 3 items requesting to carry to November 14th with preservation of notice, starting with item 17 on the agenda. That's case P22-227 for a preliminary final major site plan with variances. Address is 605 to 607 Grove Street. They are carrying to November 14th with preservation of notice, requesting. So item 18 on the agenda, this is for a minor site plan. The case number is P2023-0016. Address is 135 Monticello Avenue. They are requesting to carry to November 14th with preservation of notice. And last, we have item 19 on the agenda, case number P23-085. This is a preliminary final major site plan with C variances at address 549 to 551 Pavonia Avenue. They're requesting to carry with preservation of notice to November 14th of this year. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we do have a request to carry under new business item 10 on the agenda with preservation of notice to the November 14th meeting. This is the review and discussion of amendments to the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan and chapter 187 of the municipal code. And I believe we're going to have a representative of Councilman Boggiano address this item. So that's it for now.
Okay, while we're on that, do we have Councilman Boggiano's rep?
Yes.
Yeah, she's
Let me see. Okay, all right. I will promote Pam right now. Promoting Pam Andes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can. Are you able to turn your video on or no?
I thought I just did. Hold on.
That's okay. It takes a second maybe.
No, it's not going on.
Okay, so we do have a request to carry from Councilman Bogiano's office, correct, Ms. Andes?
That's correct. He prepared a statement, which we also sent to the board. If I'm prepared to read it, if you're ready.
Sure. Before you do, let me just call the case just so it's, open and legal like all that stuff. So I would like to at this time call item 10 as case P 2023-0068 is the review and discussion of amendments to the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan and chapter 187 of the municipal code regarding mandatory affordable housing provisions. This is petitioned by Councilman Richard Bogiano. So it's referred to the planning board for review by council. Resolution 23-743. Formal action may be taken. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Andes.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members of the planning board and members of the planning department. The councilman wants to thank you for your time. As you may know, Councilman Bogiano and the Journal Square Community Association's Affordable Housing Task Force have been working on an affordable housing amendment to the Journal Square redevelopment plan. He wanted you to know that many people are being forced to move out of their homes in Journal Square. On Van Ripen Avenue, houses are being boarded up. People have nowhere to go. A 72-year-old woman calls him every day. She does not want to move out of Van Ripen Avenue, where she has lived for over 40 years. Her neighbor, another senior, refuses to leave. This was their forever home. They can get housing in another part of Jersey City or Hudson County, but they can no longer live in Journal Square. We have an affordable housing crisis. At the September 20th City Council meeting, City Councilman proposed Resolution 23-743. The resolution refers to the councilman's proposed ordinance 23-096 for an affordable housing amendment. It requests that the planning board prepare an amendment or revision to the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan that would require affordable housing. First, the councilman wants to commend Director Tanya Marion Young, Senior Planner Matt Ward, and the planning team for working within this time constraint to provide the recommendations the City Council was given on this matter. We truly appreciate their efforts to help the community find a solution on the affordable housing problem in the Journal Square redevelopment plan. Councilman Bogiano and the Affordable Housing Task Force has met with all council members to discuss city planning's recommendations for the amendment. The council and the task force group request more time to review, meet, and propose changes with the planning department. The councilman and all the members have all agreed to waive the 45-day timeline required by law for city planning to respond to the city council's resolution. As a result, the councilman kindly requests that the planning board carry this item to the following meeting, November 14th. If you need this request to be in resolution form, from the municipal council, just please let us know.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Andes. So just a couple things. I think since this was referred to us by resolution, I do think legally we do need a resolution from City Council waiving that 45-day timeline. The date of the 14th. What is the councilman's timeline look like? When do you think the revisions will be done?
Well, we haven't met with planning yet. So he did want us, and the other council members to take some time. So, you know, if we could carry to the 14th, that, you know, we're hoping to have this as soon as possible. If we need more time, then can we carry it again to the following planning board meeting?
Okay, just, you know, obviously the board needs time to review as well. Our agenda for the 14th, Cam, I believe that's released this Friday, correct?
Actually, it's not. It would be Friday,
Oh,
the
you.
3rd of November.
Okay, yeah, so we do have an extra week. Okay, Miss Andes, do we think we can make it happen by the 3rd of November?
Really, what's the meeting after that? The
The
next-
next one after that would be the 28th.
Then can we carry it to the 28th so that I could give everybody time?
That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah, just, you know, I don't want to run into a time frame where if the resolution says, you know, it's going to be on the 14th, that this board has to act on the 14th. I want to make sure all parties involved have enough time to review. It's, you know, it's important. And certainly nothing that you know, we want to rush. We want to see it done right.
absolutely.
So Chairman, perhaps from a legal standpoint, the council in their resolution consenting to the time may want to pull their resolution and begin the referral process again. This board only has 45 days to act from the referral. So if the council wants more time to speak to, you know, interested parties, shareholders, what have you, deal with planning, perhaps they want to pull their resolution and reintroduce at a later date and send it to us for review. It's not really appropriate for this body to hold it in abeyance until it's ready to be heard. It should be pulled at the council level until it's ready to be sent to us for our act.
Understood, counsel. Miss Andes, do you have any objection to that?
Nope, I do not. We did discuss this with our legal counsel and they said that could be a possibility. So we're prepared to do that as well.
Okay, yeah, I do think legally that's, you know, the right way to go. Because, you know, we're required to act on this resolution. Okay, and you know, just personally, I know I have a scheduling conflict in December. I won't be at the one meeting that we have in December. But obviously if, you know, this needs to go forward on that meeting, so be it.
That would be the same for me too, Chairman Lanston, so
Yeah.
that will make it difficult. If they could avoid that one, that would be a big help.
Okay, so Santo, how do we, I guess we just make a motion to carry this item and then city council can pull this at their next meeting, correct?
Yeah, so our motion would be to grant the request of the council to not take action on the amendment as presented. And then if that passes, we won't hear it this evening. And the council has been advised what this board would like the council to do in terms of a resolution up at the council level.
Okay, understood. Thank you. All right. I'll entertain a motion then.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to grant the request of council to not take action on the amendments as presented tonight. And this is on case P 2023-0068. The review and discussion of amendments to the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan and chapter 187 of the municipal code regarding mandatory affordable housing provisions.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, on a motion to carry and recommend a resolution from council, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Green. Commissioner Green? Uh-oh,
Yes.
okay. Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Gongadin,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Andes, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. So Cam, if we could, let's get back to adjournments. We have a number of adjournments tonight. Do you want to read those in?
Okay, yes, so under our adjournments item on the agenda, which is item 6 on our agenda, we have A, B, C, D, E, which are all adjournments, and I'll just run through them real quick. So
Chairman, do you want to separate out C based on some of the correspondence and just give it its own 2 minutes of discussion?
Yeah, I think we should. Cam, let's skip C and then we'll come to that last. I don't know if we have anybody in the attendees that can speak to it.
all right,
I
I'll
see,
promote
I
Cynthia.
see Miss. Yeah, let's Cam, let's go through the adjournments first and then come back to
Okay.
the item C
Okay.
if we could.
Okay, so item A on the agenda, case P2023-0046. This was a site plan amendment with variances. Address was 278 Grand Street, and they have requested, I'm sorry. They have been carried to the November 14th meeting from our last meeting. So this is just listing them again, reminding people that again, they are carried to November 14th. Item B on the agenda was case P22-210. This is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 27 to 29 Fayette Avenue, and they have been carried to the November 14th meeting with preservation of notice. Then we're skipping C because we're gonna have Cynthia speak, and then item D, case P23-075. This is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 319 to 321 4th Street. And they have requested to carry to November 14th with preservation of notice. And then we have item E, which is case P23-076. This is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 829 Bergen Avenue. They have requested to be carried to November 14th, 2023 with preservation of notice. So that concludes the items under the adjournment section of the agenda, and we will return to item C. I will promote Cynthia at this time.
Okay, so just so we can open up the record on that item, let's call case P22-140 is a preliminary and final major site plan for 152 Ogden Avenue.
So Chairman, I didn't really have the intent of hearing from anybody. I wanted to separate out this application only because there were some communications and I thought perhaps the board in and of itself wanted to address some of the questions. Maybe they did not, but that's why I wanted to separate it out for purposes of the board. I don't know if Mr. Harrington is here on the application, but this matter, as I understood it, or this application as I understood it, was carried to November 24th. It is not listed as an action item on tonight's agenda, but it was agreed by everybody for the November 14th date that would be the night the application was heard. Everybody was to confer and make sure, and it was carried to that date. I understand now that there seems to be some unavailability of some of the Riverview Neighborhood Association witnesses for that night. And the request by the Riverview is that something happened, that their witnesses who are represented to be unavailable that night be able to provide testimony at some other time, Chairman. Mr. Harrington has not consented to that. His letter indicates that it was agreed that it would be the 14th, and that's the date that the hearing is supposed to happen. So, Chairman, I think it proper that the board understand that, and then the board determine how the board wants to handle it in terms of what the board wants to do. The application is listed and should be heard on the 14th. Riverview raises the issue with that date and is looking for potentially the date of November 28th, according to the correspondent from council. And Mr. Harrington does not agree to that. So right now it is listed for the 14th. And what I don't want to see happen, Chairman, is I do not want to see what I was concerned about when we first spoke about it last month, which is we can't all get on the same page as to a date. So we had given everybody enough time for the 14th, but be that as it may, we can't have this just out lingering, trying to coordinate schedules. People have to clear their schedules to provide themselves to testify. This is all going to change next year when we're not doing this over Zoom. So unavailability is very hard right now because you can be anywhere in the world and get on a Zoom, as we all know. That's going to change soon, and you're going to be expected to physically appear somewhere. And some of us that have been spoiled doing double, triple duty are going to be running around again. So with that, Chairman, I'll stop talking.
Thanks, Santo. Am I not going to be able to wear sweatpants in person?
I don't know what
Kidding
in-person
me?
code is.
Kidding me? You're going to make me show up somewhere?
We hope not.
Okay, so you know, my personal feeling is you know, obviously we wanted to do this on this meeting. We moved to the 14th of November. You know, I do want to hear Ms. Hagianis's case and her witnesses. I have no problem moving to the 28th. I did say, you know, a few minutes ago, though, I will not be able to make the December meeting. So the 28th is a must go for us. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that's plenty of time to get everybody's witnesses in order. Ms. Hagianis, is that fine with you?
Yeah, that would be terrific.
Okay, and Mr. Harrington, do you agree to carry to the 28th? I think that's the you know, best compromise I can come up with tonight.
Right, Mr. Chairman, as I said in my letter, I'll defer to the chairman and the board. I just, as you stated, I would want to make sure that that is the absolute drop dead date to be heard. I would prefer that my witnesses and the objectors' witnesses be heard on the same night. I think that's better for us and the board.
Absolutely.
But I do, I do want that to be the final date because this has been hanging around for a while. It's got a little bit of a history to get here.
Sure. So Cam, if we could put this first on November 28th, and this board will render a decision that night on this application. I do, you know, I don't intend on carrying anything. I want to hear all the witnesses in this same night. So let's put that up front, and hopefully it doesn't go past 10 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, just for purposes of the record, I think it's important to reiterate that the matter has been adjourned more than one time at the request of council. It was adjourned and decided for the November 14th date. This body accommodated that date. That date is now problematic for Riverview and their witnesses. So this is yet a second accommodation for.
Yeah, I actually have to interject. There wasn't really very much communication where we confirmed we would be prepared on November 14th, and to the extent there may have been, it was a miscommunication. So I know we said we couldn't be available this evening. I don't know that we committed to the 14th.
So council, here's my problem. My problem is I'm getting letters the day of a hearing that we weren't prepared to hear the application tonight because that date didn't work. We set the 14th down as a consideration to you and the applicant. And then today I'm getting these letters that the 14th doesn't work, which is okay. The date is the 28th. I don't want to hear that people aren't ready to move on the 28th.
Yeah, we're prepared for the 28th.
Then that is going to be the date. As long as we're all clear, this application's moving on the 28th, and I expect everybody to make themselves available. I know you're available, council. I know Mr. Harrington is available. I do this like you do this. Do not allow your witness to tell you they're not available on the 28th going into that. This is more for them, for you, council. They're on notice. Put it in your book, November 28th. You're in Jersey City giving testimony. Otherwise, that's it. The application's going with or without witnesses on the 28th who are ready to give their testimony.
I would, if I could just add for the record that my notices be carried and preserved and that we are waiving any time periods to hear this application.
Yes, Mr. Harrington, and thank you for waiving those time periods.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Mr. Harrington. Okay, do we need a motion to change this? We've already made the motion to change to the 14th, correct, Santo?
Yes, this is listed for, or was carried and listed for the 14th. We should entertain a motion to now list it for the 28th. And that is a firm application date to borrow from the trial court.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to carry case P22-140, address 152 Ogden Ave to a date certain of October 28th. November 28th, I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to carry.
Okay, Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
I'm not gonna vote that quickly. For the record, I want to be here all my years on this board. Maybe about 10 years. I think that Dr. Gonzalez definitely was here before me. I never seen us postpone a meeting because of a witness. I mean, if the witness can't make it, the witness can't make it. I don't understand that. I dropped my schedule to be here tonight. And they're asking something from us. I hope this is not to Chairman Langston, that we do not set a precedence for this, that we're going to change this because of somebody couldn't have their witness be there. That witness explain what they want to say to somebody else, and then let us know what it is that they need to explain. I don't think it's that difficult. So I am going to vote yes, but I am very rigid on doing so. But I will vote yes to allow this to pass to the 28th, but I really don't think that we should have a precedence of sending things back because somebody's witness cannot be here. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, Eddie, I hear you loud and clear. You know, I certainly don't want to make precedent of this. I understand it's, you know, an objecting witness that cannot make the date. You know, my concern always is that we do things legally and keep ourselves out of legal jeopardy as much as we can. So that's the reason that I'm granting, you know, just moving that one meeting. As I said, that is the date. There's no moving past that date. We will hear that on that night. So with that, I'm going to vote aye.
Okay, motion passes to carry with preservation of notice to November 28th.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, let's get into old business. Item A under old business is case P22-197. This is a reconsideration of a minor site plan for 124 Glenwood Avenue.
Promoted Benjamin Wine.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. How's everybody doing this evening?
Good evening, Council. We're well.
Good, good. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so just a little bit of housekeeping. First off, I want to thank the chair and the commissioners for hearing our reconsideration request this evening with respect to 124 Glenwood Avenue. That's block 12304, lot 56. Just by, again, as I mentioned, housekeeping, I want to ensure that council has received our affidavit package and that it is in order.
And
Thank you, Council. I haven't received the affidavit and notice proof of mailing with respect to the motion for reconsideration here this evening. I've had the opportunity to review it, and for purposes of the record, I am going to mark it. Chairman, I'd like to mark it as B1 as part of the motion for reconsideration. This way we don't confuse any of the record.
Okay, understood. So B1 is notice, and Mr. Wine, if you'll allow us, we do need to do some housekeeping of our own here.
Certainly.
We do have to go through our board and have everyone swear if they've watched the previous testimony or not and are eligible to vote tonight. So we have 3 members that were not on the last application. That would be Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Torres, have you had an opportunity to review the
I had the opportunity, yes, Chairman Langston. I had the opportunity to review the video of the July 25th meeting and watched the entire video. And I was on the previous one, just not a notification, but I was on that meeting, watch meeting. But I did watch the latest video on the meeting.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. So you would be eligible tonight. Just go
Yes.
down my list here. Commissioner Stamato, you didn't vote on the last application? I believe you stated that you didn't have a chance to watch that video.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. So you would not be eligible to vote tonight. And Commissioner, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Gonzalez, did you have a chance to watch that video?
Yes, Chairman Langston, I did watch the video in its entirety.
Okay, appreciate it. And you would be eligible to vote tonight. So the board tonight being myself, Vice Chair Gonzalez, Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Gangadin, Commissioner Lipsky, and Commissioner Green. Am I missing anybody? I think that's it.
I'm unable.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, we got it. So Commissioner Gangadin, Commissioner Lipsky, and Commissioner Green were all present at the last meeting that we discussed this application and did vote on that application. Okay, Mr. Wine, I apologize for the delay. Go ahead, sir.
Chairman, one other.
So, Chairman, just before Mr. Wine gets into his remarks, I think it's important that I just state for the members of the public that are here what is happening.
Thank you.
This is a motion for reconsideration. And what that is the board has the ability, if requested, to reconsider a decision that it's made by an applicant. If there is a reason why the applicant feels the board should reconsider, they can request that, and then the board will reconsider what decision it had come to on an application. So that's what's happening this evening. We are not rehashing and retestifying to the entirety of the application. It is a very direct request from the applicant. That being said, Chairman, for members of the public, this application is a minor site plan application that was heard by the board back in both March and July. There were some revisions to the application over time. The subject property is in the R3 zone, and what brings this application in front of the board is under section 345.16 of the Jersey City Code. When a new building has more than 5,000 square feet, it triggers the minor site plan approval. So if the new building is less than 5,000 square feet and is permitted under the zoning and bulk standards, the applicant just goes down to the building department and pulls building permits to construct whatever it is they're seeking to construct. When the building exceeds 5,000 square feet, this board has jurisdiction, and that is what we are here for. So that's for the public's edification, Chairman. I just want to make sure that anybody that received Mr. Wine's notice understands exactly what the ask is and what the board's charge is. And with that, Chairman, we can turn it over to council.
Okay, thank you, Santo. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lampe. So just to get started, again, good evening, Chair Langston and Commissioners, and I again thank you for taking the opportunity to hear our reconsideration request regarding our 124 Glenwood Avenue minor site plan application. I know this is not entirely usual for this board, and so again, I appreciate your time. As you may recall, the application was heard by this board on March 14th and July 25th of 2023 for development of the subject property with a 4-story, 4-unit residential building. And at the conclusion of the July meeting, the board voted 4-2 to deny the application. Based upon a review of the record and the discussion by the board prior to and during its vote, it does appear that respectfully, the board may have misunderstood the facts of the application, or alternatively, the legal standard for review for a conforming site plan application. I will say that while I always strive to represent my clients' projects in the most clear and concise manner before this board and before every other board in the state of New Jersey, I apologize if the nature of our application was at all confusing, as I recognize that there were a number of changes over the course of the hearings. And ultimately, while there was initial concern as to the potential need for a rear yard setback variance due to the change in the land development ordinance that was implemented within about a day or two of our initial filing of this application, I do want to stress that the purpose of this particular proposal was always to conform with the R3 zoning standards. And to this end, if you recall, that's why we adjourned our initial meeting back in March in order to remove the discovered variance. In doing so, during that time period, we had the opportunity to meet with neighbors on several occasions. And while this wasn't a requirement, we certainly wanted to solicit and implement a substantial amount of the feedback that we did receive. This did include reductions in the massing of the building in an effort to propose a development that met my client's vision and aligned with the R3 standards, but without remaining deaf to the neighbors' concerns with respect to the design. We ultimately did produce at the July meeting a version of the plan that did not even come close to meeting to exceeding or even meeting the bulk standards with respect to coverage. We were way under coverage, just for example. As I said, there might have been some confusion regarding how we got here and how we got to the July meeting. As Mr. Lampe had said, we're ultimately at this point before the board only for minor site plan review. simply by virtue of the fact that our gross floor area exceeds 5,000 square feet by approximately 1,600 square feet. We put on new testimony in July to this effect and confirmed through city planning that we had in fact made the requisite revisions to eliminate all the variance relief. And while certainly, as I often request from this board, there are times when variances and waivers are sought and warranted, as I said consistently from the beginning of this application, that the goal of this particular project was to comply with the R3 standards, given our lot, given our ability to do so. Notwithstanding this presentation, I do understand there were still concerns from the public generally regarding applying the R3 standards to this particular property. But I stressed at that time, and I'll just remind the board and the public that this is how the property is zoned, and my client is simply looking to develop in accordance with the standard that the city has deemed appropriate for our property. So I'll just sum up by saying that the municipal land use law explains that for variance-free applications, the board is tasked with reviewing those applications to ensure conformity with the zoning and the site plan ordinances, which I believe this board did do over the course of those two meetings. As I set forth in my letter to the board that I believe should be posted on your portal and was provided more than 10 days in advance, in conforming cases, it's certainly up to the board to impose reasonable conditions, some of which were fleshed out at the July meeting, including, for example, our working with city planning to rebuild a retaining wall that was taken down during demolition. But that ultimately, by imposing these conditions, the board should not deny a conforming or as of right site plan. Lastly, I have had this opportunity to discuss further with city planning and Mr. Lampe. And again, I'm here respectfully asking that the board reconsider this application in accordance with the laws set forth for such requests by the courts, which grants the board the power, and I'm quoting, to review, modify, and rescind its decision in the case of mistake of facts or law. My project team is present if you'd like to hear any additional testimony this evening as to the nature of the application, but otherwise, and if not, I again thank you for your time. I ask you for your reconsideration and that you grant our variance-free minor site plan as submitted. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. So you did refer to it just in your statement. Any action that the board would take tonight, that condition that we discussed at the last meeting about the retaining wall being rebuilt to its original condition, and to work with planning staff to ensure that that goal is met, that would be in place as was discussed at the last meeting. Liz, I don't recall if there were obviously there were staff comments that would be added as conditions, but I don't believe there was anything else.
Mr. Chair, if I may, from my review of the transcript, I believe that was the condition along with the typical staff conditions.
Liz,
Yeah, no, I'll just chime in. I believe Tanya handled this matter, so
Oh, okay. Do we
I
have
don't know
Tanya?
if there was anything else.
I do. Do you want me to pull back up the staff report?
Just making sure that we didn't have any other conditions that were discussed at that meeting.
It was
Notice-
definitely the standard conditions and then the condition of rebuilding the wall.
Okay, so rebuilding the retaining wall with the satisfaction of planning staff to be I don't know how to word this, to be built as, if it was never demolished, essentially.
Yeah, I can yes, I can take a look at the language on the original report. I don't believe that we did it on the fly. So yes, that's
Chairman, my
basically what it
recollection
is, but yeah.
was that the condition would include the wall being built with the same or similar materials, look, size, etc., so that it achieved the goal of appearing as if it had never been demolished. And Chairman, I would just add that this board has the ability to impose conditions, whether the applicant agrees to those conditions or not. It's always nice when they do, but the board can impose a condition on the applicant. They have to be reasonable conditions. So I believe this to be a reasonable condition. If the board wants that wall constructed first, I think that's a reasonable condition. Council may not agree with me, but I believe that to be a reasonable condition. And if that's the board's choosing, then the board so chooses and imposes that condition upon the applicant.
I agree. I think that wall should be built. You know, if nothing more, just as a gesture of goodwill to the neighborhood, that wall was mistakenly torn down. It wasn't supposed to be torn down. So I definitely think that wall should be built before construction starts. As far as I know, council demolition is complete, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there would be no hindrance on a construction crew to walk up a stairwell, a short stairwell through the retaining wall to get to the property, correct?
I doubt it. I don't know for certain, but I don't see a reason why not.
Okay. So yeah, I would want that stone wall, you know, back.
I agree with you, Chairman, that stone wall should be built, and if there's any restriction of them doing the work, if they never knocked it down, they would have had that restriction there too, so.
Exactly. So yeah.
Chair, I agree as well for that wall to be built first as well.
Agreed. So, yeah, you know, like I said, I think that's more than reasonable. That wall should have never been knocked down. I think that was, you know, part of the confusion about why it was knocked down, how it was knocked down, when it was knocked down. So I think moving forward, that should be the first thing to be put back in place if any action is taken tonight. Santo, anything else that we need to do, we need to talk about before we open it up for public comment?
No, Chairman, I think it's clear. I think that we should allow the public to comment, but I will caution the public not to get into off-site conditions, not to get into the use of the property, the height of the structure, so that everybody is clear. The use of the property is permitted under the R3 zone. What's being proposed is permitted. The height of the building conforms to the R3 standards. What's being proposed is permitted in height, width, size, number of units, parking. None of that is open for discussion here this evening. This conforms to the R3 zoning, so the public can get up and comment about what we are discussing this evening, but we are not going to allow them to talk about the R3 zoning generally and those types of comments. They've been heard. We understand the comments of the public and their general feelings towards it, but this use is permitted, this height is permitted, and I just caution the public to not discuss those items.
Agreed, counsel. And I know part of the confusion on the last application, there was a concurrent application from this same developer down the street that was discussed at the meeting. It is not in front of this board. The board can't consider that other application. That was a matter in front of the zoning board that had, you know, vastly different circumstances surrounding it. So this is the matter in front of us, just this 4-story, 4-unit building in the R3. And I guess with that, I will open it up for any public comment.
Chairman, if I can take 1 second, I did go back to the transcript just to verify what we said, and we did say also that the historic preservation specialist or whoever in our office would be in on the approval of the wall materials and everything that were chosen.
Okay, so I would ask for that as well. So the materials should go to planning staff, historic specialist, even before that wall is reconstructed. So it could be done according to planning's requirements. Okay, anything else, Tanya?
Nope.
Okay, So let's open it up for public comment then. Anybody from the public, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment. And we'll have 3 minutes for everybody. 3 minutes per speaker, I should say.
Promoted William O'Day.
Hello?
Hello.
Commissioner O'Day, we have you.
Hey, good evening. Yeah, all I would
Commissioner,
say
I need
is-
to swear you in. I'm sorry, before you speak, all right?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you turn the video on?
Sure, hold on. Got me?
I got
We
you.
got
I'll
you.
just swear you in if you raise your right hand.
Yep.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God, I do.
And just for the record, could you state and spell your name?
William O'Day, William. Last name, capital O, apostrophe, DEA, County Commissioner, District 2. Yeah, my comment is simply, I was at the last meeting. I testified at the last meeting. I believe the members of this board knew what they were voting on. I don't think they were confused. I think they should stand by what they believed at that point in time. I think the fact of what occurred with that wall, how that wall was taken down, in wanton disregard for what was represented by council to the board at a prior meeting speaks for itself. And I think that people should stand by what they did before, because I believe they knew exactly what they were doing. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Chris.
Promoted Dermott.
How's it going, folks? Who's going to be speaking first?
Eric Carter, I'll speak first.
Great. So I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. I'm Eric Blair Carter. That's ERIC BLAIRCARTER.
And your home address, please?
159 Glenwood Avenue.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
It's not going to take 3 minutes. I want to just echo what Mr. O'Day just said. I believe that the board understood what they were voting on. I urge you to please continue to vote with conviction. I understand that we're not relitigating what was done before. I go back to the point that we've all talked about, which was the wall. It shows the lack of respect for the community. I sat through every one of those meetings with Mr. Wine. I heard promises. I heard minor threats from him. And as we move forward with this project, as a homeowner and a taxpayer and a citizen of this block, I am concerned about what the construction company is going to do. How about if we say, let's build the wall and see the wall get rebuilt before we approve the project, just to see something in good faith from them, other than the lies and the deceit that we've received so far. That's my statement.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carter. We appreciate it.
And sir, did you want to speak?
No.
Very well. Was there anyone else there? I guess I'll just ask.
No.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Permitted George Riley to the panelists.
And George, if you're there, you can unmute, turn the video on. Good evening, ma'am. I don't hear anyone so far.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. I know last time there was a number of you there, so it looks like you're going to be speaking first. If you could just raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give me your home address, please?
yes, India Tybal, INDIA THYBULLE. My address is 122 Glenwood Avenue, Jersey City.
Thank you.
Ms. Tybal, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
To say good evening and thank you for your attention to my concerns. I lived at 122 Glenwood Avenue during my school years, leaving when I got married and returning only recently. I appreciate the beauty and power of neighborhood and community, things that my family and I enjoyed for many years. The recent changes in zoning are alarming and have enabled developers to change our neighborhood for the worst, threatening our quality of life. When I say our quality of life, I'm speaking not only for my family, but also for my neighbors, good tax-paying citizens who have lived in homes, not multi-residential units for years, if not decades. The 124 Holdings developer, SM Sugar, has placed the quality of our individual and collective lives in jeopardy and stirred up anger and resentment, emotions that are difficult to contain. What the developer is proposing to do is unfair and unjust to us, the people who live here. The city of Jersey City has allowed him and other developers to build to excess. 124 Holdings is a case in point. 4 floors are excessive. 4 floors tower over us at 122. 4 floors remove what we had access to views of. Early days, the homes and properties from 120 to 130 Glenwood have offered a little respite on Glenwood. Houses set back, up and away from the street. Originally single-family homes, they created a neighborhood within a neighborhood where families knew and helped one another. What has been proposed at 124, the multi-level residential monstrosity, does not fit in our little neighborhood. Aesthetically, it would stand up as an ugly and most unwelcome scar. Practically, it would mean more density, more people, more noise, less light, less parking, and ultimately less quality of life. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Tybal. We appreciate your time. Is there anybody else there with you that is gonna testify as well?
Yes. Hi.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening.
I'll swear you in now, if you raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state your name and give us your home address, please?
Sandra Riley, SONDRA RILEY. Address is 122 Glenwood Avenue.
Thank you.
Ms. Riley, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Thank you again for listening to our concerns. Again, I'm Sandra Edwards Weising Riley, second daughter of India and Edwards, a lifelong resident of Jersey City, former social worker, current experiential learning educator. My roots in Jersey City are strong and deep, beginning at the turn of the 20th century, when both sets of grandparents moved here due to the booming railroad industry. With my parents, I moved to Glenwood Avenue in 1957, leaving home due to college and marriage. My husband, George, and I have lived at 122 since 1990. I am speaking on behalf of my entire family, especially our 105-year-old mother, when I say not only do we object strongly to the plans for 124, but we also object to the request for reconsideration on the grounds that it is without good cause and it is outside the required timeline. Asking for reconsideration should be done, I believe, within 45 days of the vote, which took place on July 25th. It is now October 24th. While it may be legally correct for the R3 multifamily mid-rise district, to which we also object, the proposed building is not an appropriate land use and will not promote the health, safety, or general welfare of our area. And I wish to say the size, scale, height, length, width of the 124 Holdings multi-residential unit are out of character, out of alignment, and incompatible with our historic homes. The unique and lovely string of Mayhew Terrace cottages built in 1895. This unit will not promote a desirable visual environment because of this misalignment. I really have to say that I was blindsided by the comments by the attorney, who told us that we could not speak. And I'm so grateful that William O'Day said that, yes, the board knew what it was voting on when they voted on July 25th, and they voted down the proposal, and it should be voted down. It should not be reconsidered. It's just, I find it absolutely obscene. Yes, I'm emotional, but I live here, have lived here. And, you know, I totally object to this. I totally object to this. And I can't believe that the board would not remember what it voted on July 25th. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Riley. We appreciate it.
Is that all from that? There was a gentleman.
Ms. Riley, is there anybody else?
Yes.
In the room with you?
Yes.
Yes. How's it going, sir? I'll swear you in now. If you can raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
George Riley, George Riley. Address is 122 Glenwood Avenue, Jersey City.
Thank you.
Mr. Riley, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Thank you much, sir. I doubt if I'll need the full 3 minutes. I concur with what Commissioner O'Day said. My wife, my sister-in-law, my neighbors down the street, you know, Eric and Dermot. We agree that, you know, we concur that since this vote was already taken, you know, there's no need to reconsider it in light of the 45-day turnaround. We're looking at almost 90 days since that vote was taken. I can't see where, you know, where legally that should stand for him to be able to come back and resubmit this application. So I'm just stating my objection to them even submitting it for reconsideration. And I just ask the board to stand by their original vote and deny it again. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. We appreciate it.
Okay, promoting Pam Andes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you. I guess
Yeah.
I'll swear you in this time, Pam, if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Pam Andes. I'm the council aide to Councilman Rich Bogiano. He was online for a few minutes, but had to leave for a police event. So he wanted me to convey a couple of things. First, he wants to thank the commissioners, and he's happy to see Jersey City residents on the board. So thank you for your dedication. He also asks that as Jersey City residents, consider protecting your neighbors and friends from negative development. A lot of this development that's going on is hurting good people. They need protection. He also wants to point out that his office received a large number of complaints, perhaps the largest amount of complaints about this proposed development. There was also several press coverage about it. 124 Glenwood has historic significance and was demolished in an irresponsible manner. Unfortunately, the Jersey City Historic Preservation Committee was not aware of the historic significance and approved the demolition. The beautiful stone wall was a historic reminder. It was important to the residents. The developer representation promised it wouldn't be knocked down, but it was knocked down. I know he was sorry about that. We asked for the stones to be kept and reused. They were not. They were carted away. Demolition began without any proper notice to the immediate neighbors. When the water was capped at 124 Glenwood, the other two properties began to leak, right? So here we are not having a responsible contractor and developer. So, you know, the councilman has his doubts about, is this a good developer? And aesthetically, it does not match the series of the homes. This is a reflection on the developer. We cannot trust in good faith that the developer has good intentions or is reliable. As a result, all of these concerns and complaints, the councilman asked that the board listen to the community again in this case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Andes. We appreciate it.
Promoted Natalie Kalbach.
Hi, Natalie.
Hello,
I see you and I hear you. I'll just swear in if you can raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I will.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Yes, my name is Natalie Kalbeck, Nathalie, Kalb as a boy, ACH. My home address is 19 Bentley Ave, Jersey City, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Jersey City Landmarks Conservancy.
Thank you.
Ms. Callback, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing me again. I spoke in the last meeting about the reason to keep the character of the little Glenwood enclave, and I fully stand by my testimony. The remaining buildings should be individually landmarked so they continue to tell the story of this quaint little enclave and its residents' deep personal, cultural, and emotional bonds. As I testified on July 25th, the African-American history of the city is deeply entwined with the remaining houses. Now, regarding the matter at hand, I would like to address the rehearing of this application at 124 Glenwood. The previous denial occurred on July 25th and the reconsideration letter dates September 11. It appears to me that the request for this rehearing may not be timely. And furthermore, it's important to me to note that board members are not required to provide their individual rationales for their decision on the record. And the key aspect is the documented decision, not individual statements. The original vote should be affirmed. So let's preserve what remains of our city's history and ensure that any new developments contribute to its unique tapestry. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Promoting Renuka.
Hi, Renuka. You can unmute.
Okay, go ahead.
I can hear you and see you. I'll swear you in.
Okay.
If you raise your right hand, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. Rainica Vijayanathan, 232 Pavonia Avenue, apartment 408, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07302.
Can you spell your name? I'm sorry.
Sure. RENUKA, last name Vijayanathan, V as in Victor, IJAYANATHAN.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. We have 3 minutes for you.
Sure. So I just want to say, like others on this panel, I think the rehearing of this issue is frankly a waste of resources. I think you should go with the original decision from, sorry, baby, hold on. Should go with the original decision of no from July 25th. And, you know, I was on that call as well. And I frankly don't understand why we are rehearing this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Promoted Dermot again.
Sir, did you want to speak to the gentleman who did not speak?
Yeah, I requested to speak. Sorry, I was not prepared earlier on.
No problem. I just need to swear you in if you can raise your right hand.
Of course.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, absolutely.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
My first name is Dermot and my last name is Ronan. So spelling is DERMOTRONAN. Address is 159 Glenwood Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing us tonight. I also want to thank my neighbors for supporting us in these conversations. I'm kind of getting a bit of flashback here tonight, like to CNN and various news channels. after the 2020 election. It's like, why are we here again having this conversation? The board made a decision months ago, and we're back here again. I really have a hard time with flip-flopping and people changing their minds. That's just a personal thing for me. I feel one should act on their convictions and believe in their convictions. I think if you're going to be wishy-washy about the convictions, please ensure that the wall is built first and we see how SMS acts in their convictions. I would also want to remind the board, SMS damaged neighboring properties already in this city. 45 Gautier and 120 Harrison Avenues have had issues with SMS. And I just want to highlight that here on this call. So we know they didn't act in good faith on this block already. And I personally believe they will not act in good faith in future on this block. So I really think we need to just draw a line under this. You stand by your convictions and let's all move on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Promoted Charlene Burke, sorry.
Good evening, Ms. Burke. I'll just swear you in. If you could raise your right hand.
Yes.
Or any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes,
And for the
I
record,
do.
can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Charlene Burke, CHARLENEBURKE. My address is 56 Duncan Avenue, Jersey City.
Ms. Burke, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Thank you. And thank you, commissioners. I'm here to support your prior decision regarding this property on Glenwood Avenue. And it's supporting the neighborhood's desire to recognize its historic nature, surrounding nature. And certainly the whole entire area of West Side has many of these enclaves of houses like this, and we're losing them in droves by developers who just come in and knock them down. And this developer has actually appealed or applied for another demolition order on Montgomery Street for a historic property. And so that was a concern to me because it's right abutting our historic district. So commissioners, please, I support all of your decisions in this arena and on this property in particular. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Burke. We appreciate it.
Promoted Nathan and Sharon McCormick.
If you guys can, there we go. All right. I see two people. Who's going to be going first?
Hi, I'll go first.
All right, great. I'll swear you in.
Great.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give me your home address, please?
Yes, Nathan McCormack, 130 Glenwood Avenue. My name is spelled Nathan. Last name is MacCormack.
Thank you.
Mr. McCormack, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you all for being here. I really have to echo the sentiment that's been overwhelmingly conveyed this evening, which is just the complete shock and surprise that we are in this position, rehearing a case that the board voted on several months ago, almost 90 days ago. And I also would have to question the timeliness of the application. And, you know, I actually would appreciate it, since Council Wine's representation in his letter is that this was based on confusion of the board. I would appreciate it if a single person tonight could say that they were confused after the last meeting, because from where I'm sitting, the only person that was confused after our last meeting in July is Council Wine and his client. The community made it very clear what we objected to with this property. I won't go into the details again, but it's there for everyone to see. We were all very clear and emphatic about why this property should be, respected. And unfortunately, literally the first experience we've had with SMS has been a disaster of them not keeping their word on something, which is this wall, this historic wall. So to tell everyone now that, not only did we not keep our promise on what was supposed to happen with the wall, but just trust us going forward on putting a new structure up next to homes that are 5 feet apart from each other. It's kind of a hard thing for everyone to probably get behind. So I'll just read one comment, and this is actually for Council Wine more than anyone, but it's from the American Bar Association. And this is under the Model Rules of Professional Conduct. Subsection 16 reads, compliance with the rules, as with all law in an open society, depends primarily upon understanding and voluntary compliance, secondarily upon reinforcement by peer and public opinion, and finally, when necessary, upon enforcement through disciplinary proceedings. The rules do not, however, exhaust the moral and ethical considerations that should inform a lawyer, for no worthwhile human activity can be completely defined by legal rules. The rules simply provide a framework for the ethical practice of law. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCormack. And is there somebody else in the room that wants to comment as well?
Not right now. Thank you, though.
Okay, you got it.
Councilwoman Prinzary has been promoted.
Good evening, Councilwoman.
Good evening.
I'll just swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mira, good evening. Always a pleasure. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chris, and to the chair. Good to see you all here again. Thank you to the commissioners for your time and opportunity to speak tonight. I'm just here lending my voice to the residents of Glenwood Avenue in support of their request to stand by the original vote of this project. I appreciate that a condition is to rebuild the wall and rebuild it first, because so oftentimes when these conditions are made, or when we have community benefits and givebacks, these are always put to the end, and there's no clear, way of knowing if they're actually going to do what they're going to do in good faith. This developer has not acted in good faith, so I'm glad to hear that that has come first. Again, please, asking you to stand by your vote. This is an R3 district, and I understand that this may be as of right, but there are design standards that they could have adhered to, and quite frankly, a little bit more work within the community. I've received a lot of complaints about this project altogether, and I've been working on this jointly with Councilman Boggiano since Glenwood Avenue is now where we split. So again, I thank you for your time and your consideration to stand with the vote from the July meeting.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. We appreciate your time. Okay, is there anybody else from public that wants to comment tonight?
Mr. Chair, seeing no more public. Oh, I see somebody. No, I don't. Mr. Chair, seeing no other public, I move to close. Yeah.
Yeah, up and down. No.
Yeah, if we could just promote Ms. Moran.
We have one
Yeah,
more.
they kept putting their hand up and down.
It's up now in a good state. The McCormick.
Yeah, they're promoted.
Good evening. I'll swear you in.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
I didn't know which was clicked on or off there.
That's okay. I'll just swear you in, okay?
Okay.
If you raise your right hand, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Shireen McCormick, SHIRIN, MACCORMACK, 130 Glenwood, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Ms. McCormick, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Good evening. The lots zoning initially was a mistake. The lack of it becoming a mini historic district with significant peoples and architectural history perhaps was a mistake. The approval perhaps to demo the house that was at 124 was a mistake. The board's vote was not. And there was no confusion about the wall as to how it came down or when it came down. It was promised on record on 314 at this board at planning to be preserved and restored, and it came down in one fell swoop within 3 minutes of the demo, which was mislabeled as a sewer and water project. There was it was then evaded and told that to us that, oops, it was a mistake, I misspoke. There was no confusion. The board is more than qualified. Please stand by your votes tonight. This application was voted down, it was denied. Make no mistake, the board did not make a mistake. The people have spoken, the board has voted. The project wasn't right. It wasn't right in terms of the scale, the density, the detriment discussed at length on 725. It wasn't right from the beginning. It was wrong. The approach was wrong. Tearing our neighborhood apart was wrong. Rehearing it feels wrong. Is it even legal? From the start, we asked for a smaller building, one that respected what was lost, one that respected our city's history, and none of that has happened. I feel that it's insulting to even ask for this preferential treatment and come back to the board. It wasn't done in the due time that's required. The letter wasn't sent in 45 days. This wasn't even posted on the agenda within the 10 days. The board's voting members are not required to put rationale on the record. It's the resolution that provides the required findings of fact and conclusions. There's no mandatory two-step procedure. It's not to suggest that discussion among board members is inappropriate. The building's inappropriate. Discussion is appropriate, but the officials are entrusted on this board with the responsibility of deciding issues affecting the public. Discussion by board members is beneficial. It's not deemed mandatory. Individual members do not act. The board acts as a body, and there's case law to support that. Scully Bozarth, 2003. So it would appear that this is being heard without good cause and possibly out of time. Moreover, who does this? The kind of people who accidentally knock down a whole house across the city that they tried to buy and were told, no, we don't want to buy it. The same people who accidentally knock down a whole stone wall that they promised on record to keep, that tear through the Gautier Properties neighbor's yard and then say, oh, we don't want to fix it, take me to court. The same people that forged signatures on another neighbor's property at one of their sites. And then take that person to court, the neighbor whose signature they forged. Who does this? Zoning maybe made a heavy-handed mistake in 2001. And for that, there's something that is called a change or mistake rule, a CMR, a requirement involving it needing to be determined if a mistake was made in the original zoning process. The 2001 rezoning of 124 to R3 was a heavy-handed mistake that should never have happened. It doesn't make sense. It allows for inappropriate infill.
Ms. McCormick, that was your time, ma'am. That was your.
As the president of the MSCB, am I allowed to have a few more minutes, please, Chairman?
I could give you 15 seconds.
Okay. We can't unknow history. Mistakes have been made. It's human error. But now that we know the significance of this block and this lot and this enclave, let's protect it from further detriment. We can't unknow history. We have to move forward as a city together with respect. And none of that has been shown by this developer. None of that has been shown by their legal counsel. I don't even know if tonight's rehearing is legal. And the whole thing feels wrong. The building.
Ms. McCormick, that was your time, ma'am.
Wrong. It's still wrong. Thank you so much. Thank you, board.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. All right. Anybody else from public? If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in and you'd like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand.
The chair seeing no more public, I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Mr. Wine, do you want to provide a closing statement?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think I'd like first just to respond to a couple of comments, again, germane to the reconsideration only. I mean, I have to admit that's the first time I've had a potential ethics complaint lobbed against me in a public hearing, and that definitely threw me for a loop. I'll reiterate with respect to what I said at the March meeting, which I said at the July meeting regarding the wall. I reviewed the plans with the project architect prior to the March meeting, and it was my understanding, based on a review of those plans, that the wall that was to be there, that everyone's discussed, was in fact to remain and to be repaired and restored. Due to whether it was my error or a plan error or some combination thereof, that is not what was conveyed on the demo permit. Now, I'm not going to go so far as some members of the public have done, but to blame my client. Having spoken to my client after the fact, he applied for a demo permit based on his permission to do so and didn't even know that the wall was something that was outside, that his contractor had spoken to it. And again, all I can do is apologize and say it was never my intent to be deceitful. It was never my intent to misrepresent. I don't do that. I don't have a practice of doing that. I frankly want it to be made clear that that's not how I operate or how the professionals on my team operate. That being said, to quell that concern, as we said to the public in between those meetings, we made it abundantly clear, and then we made it abundantly clear on record in July, and then I made it abundantly clear again tonight, that as a condition of approval, we take absolutely no objection to working with city planning and their designated historic specialists within the planning department to making that our first priority of coming up with a wall that is satisfactory to the city. Again, it would have been a lot cheaper, quite honestly, to just repair and restore what was there, which is why this wasn't the developer's intent to ignore what was said on the record. It was not my intent to say something incorrect on the record. This is just how it happened. I apologize. I can continue to apologize, but we are where we are, and there's a path forward that I believe this board has voiced, and we're in support of, and we will agree to work with, because it's the right decision. With respect to the reconsideration specifically, I'll defer to Mr. Olampi, but the time frame, the law is pretty clear that 45 days is from when the board takes final action. This has been meted out as being determined from when a resolution is adopted and a notice of decision to that effect gets published in the newspaper of record. In this case, no resolution has yet been adopted, and it was my work with Mr. Olampi to discuss when might be an appropriate time to file this motion. And I did so again before the resolution was adopted. That's what would trigger that 45-day period. So from a timely perspective, I'll certainly defer if Mr. Olampi feels otherwise, but I believe we're well within our bounds to file this reconsideration request. As I said as well, there is good precedent as to when reconsideration can be granted. It's in the case largely. There's certain situations involving fraud. I don't think that's at play here. I would certainly never, I have no reason to think it is. But mistake of fact, mistake of law is the typical reason to apply for that reconsideration. And as I indicated in my letter, and I'm happy to put on the record as well, the mistake of fact that I referred to might be that the board was not 100% sure that this was a variance-free application. But even if they were, then I would put forth the mistake of law aspect, which is, again, when you have a conforming site plan that is variance-free, the board's charge, as I indicated before, and Chair Langston put on the record, he more than understood, is to mitigate the potential impacts through appropriate conditions, which again, I believe the board did. We've accepted all the conditions put forth on the record, but ultimately a conforming site plan application must be approved with those potential conditions. Lastly, I'll just indicate as well that, with respect to comments about other properties in the city, I object only because I have no idea how to respond to those, and I don't think I should be responding to those. If other issues happen through the building department, I'm not aware of them, but if they did, I would ensure and hope that your building department and your code enforcement would address those at that matter. So, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to sum up, if you will, but I defer to council. I really wanted to just take the opportunity to respond specifically to the reconsideration, where we're coming from, what the law is that provides for that reconsideration, and again, ask the board to approve this minor site plan with the conditions.
All right, thank you, counsel. Santo, do you want to add anything? Are you good?
Chairman, I'm good. If you or the board has any questions of me, I heard all the comments of the public. I understand the emotion behind it. The board has a charge, the board has a duty, the board's aware of that charge and duty. And the law absolutely provides for this type of hearing to take place. And the board is absolutely within the law to conduct such a hearing. The only thing that I would add to that, Chair, is above all, getting it right is the most important all the time. So
with that,
if you have
counsel,
questions of me, Chairman, I'm happy to answer them.
Sure.
I have a
Commissioner Lipsky, go ahead.
Thanks, Chairman. Council Wine mentioned and said he would welcome your opinion. He submitted a letter September 11th, 48 days after the July 25th meeting. Now, we have not voted on a resolution. So even it's 48 days, 3 days after the 45-day parameter. But to his point, without that resolution, or does that resolution trigger the reconsideration period?
So the 45-day period is triggered from the publication of the notice of decision of the board. So you can't publish the notice of decision until the resolution is memorialized. It takes the newspaper several days from when you ask them to publish it to actually publish it, and that starts the clock. So I believe council is within time to ask this board to reconsider its decision. And the fact that his letter is dated September 11th and today is October 24th is of no manner or meaning to us. That's how long it took for the hearing to be scheduled and get placed on our agenda. As this board knows, we are very, very busy.
And even in our busyness, let me see if to bring to the forefront, we've had 2 executive meetings on this particular matter to discuss reconsideration and the rationale, whether or not to do so or not. Correct, counsel?
This board has discussed the matter. I would tell you, Commissioner, we are not at liberty to discuss anything that takes place in executive session.
No, I didn't go into any specifics. I just said we did discuss this matter. And I think that's fair enough to say to the public without going into detail.
We discussed the letter.
Thank you.
Santo, let me ask you a question if this is within my authority as board chair. So we've asked for the condition on the wall to be constructed prior to any other construction happening on the lot. And that has to be to the satisfaction of the planning department, the historic preservation specialist at the department. Could I add myself onto that list as well?
That it's constructed to your satisfaction, Chairman?
That it has been completed before any construction starts.
In terms of whether or not it happens and the building department allows further construction, let me be clear. There's a condition. The condition says that this has to happen first. If it doesn't happen first and anything else happens, then it becomes an enforcement issue. In my personal opinion, the building department would be notified right away that this is going on, that this is a violation of the condition, and a stop work order should be issued. That's what should happen on any condition that we impose that has to be satisfied. On any condition that's not met, no certificate of occupancy should ever be issued. If those things are happening, they shouldn't be happening. Those are enforcement issues, but they should be enforced 100%. And the enforcement arm of the city has the ability to issue violations, issue fines, issue stop work orders. Private disputes are private disputes, but you want to build something, a deck on the weekend without a permit, that should be stopped and you should be fined. That's what should be happening everywhere in New Jersey. And that's my position on it, Chairman. So they can't have you sign off on it, but obviously you're free to make sure that conditions and resolutions are being satisfied, and working with planning to make sure that those conditions are being satisfied.
Well, to that point, as much as I have the utmost admiration and respect for Chairman Langston and his guttural response about wanting to be on site, because the should and would and coulds are for losers, you know, there's a sense, I mean, just from how this particular application has even gotten to this point. So maybe as a condition, is there a way of the board being informed? Because I'd go over with Chairman Langston in a heartbeat to observe this if possible. And if it's within our purview, to make sure that the conditions are complied with to the T.
Also, there absolutely can be language in the resolution that the wall get reconstructed first and foremost before any other permits are issued, and that this body be notified when that wall has been completed and all inspections have been received. And then that should be, you know, satisfactory to the board as to making sure that condition is satisfied before any further construction occurs. But in the event that that is not done and the building department issues the subsequent permit, that's between us and the building department, I guess.
Agreed, Santo. Obviously, you know, I don't have sign-off power. That's not, you know, under my purview. I think it would be appropriate if we could get notified that the wall was completed. You know, we talk about it all the time. This board doesn't have the ability to punish what we deem or what the public deems or what anybody deems a bad actor. That being said, if one of our resolutions isn't being carried out as to, you know, the wording in our final resolution, I think it's more than appropriate for me to issue a letter to the building department and, you know, ask for a stop work order. I can't demand a stop work order, but I could ask for a stop work order as chair of the board. And I think I would want to add that condition, and I'll take Commissioner Lipsky up on his offer. He can bring the coffee and
the camera.
That would be evidence, though, Commissioner. Just the coffee is enough. And you know, I think we should be notified when that wall is completed prior to construction starting. So I would ask that language be added in.
So, Chairman, I think the better condition is that the wall be constructed and then inspected and then certified to by the applicant's engineer or architect of record that the wall has been constructed in accordance with all applicable codes and inspected by the appropriate building department inspectors, and receive the final inspection approval prior to the start of the construction of the rest of the project. I think that that's the appropriate condition. And I think in the event that that is not done, then a simple letter from the board to the building department stating the condition has not been met is the way to move forward and alert them.
Okay, but the language of us being notified on the wall's completion.
Right.
Is that
notified along with certification
okay
from the applicant's professional that it's been completed in accordance with the requirements.
Okay, that would be great. All right, anybody else? Any questions? Tanya, do you have anything you want to wrap up with? Do you want to add anything?
I don't think I need to add anything. I think if you are okay with it, the conditions that were on the record and transcript would just be carried over. Those were also within the staff memo. And the only condition that was added again was for the wall to be constructed, sounds like prior to construction of the actual building, and that the wall would be approved by historic preservation before they actually went ahead and built the wall.
Okay. And council, Council Wine, you agree that those conditions are appropriate?
Yeah, the only question I have with respect to Tanya's last comment is when you say approved by historic preservation, you're referring to staff within your planning staff. That's correct?
Correct. Maggie O'Neill. Yep.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you, council. All right, I would entertain a motion, and Santo, do you want to instruct the board on what exactly that motion would mean?
So the board has been asked to reconsider its prior vote. The motion would be to either approve the application or to deny the application with the conditions set forth. And if it's a motion to approve, obviously it's to approve the application. If it's a motion to deny the application, it's a motion to deny the application.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve case P22-197 as presented to our board tonight with all the conditions set forth, including that the wall be constructed, inspected, and certified by applicant's engineer and architect of record in accordance with all applicable codes and requirements prior to the construction on the lot, and inspected and approved by the planning's historic preservation.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
No, we cannot take a
sorry.
second for Mr. Samato.
You're right. Sorry.
I apologize. I wasn't looking. I thought I recognized the voice first.
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second from Commissioner Green.
Okay, on a motion to approve with conditions, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
You know, when you miss a meeting and an application like this comes before you, you kind of happy that you were not at that meeting initially.
Not really. I'm in total agreement of where you're going with this, but
having looked at the video, I see why this was interestingly confusing, maybe to some people, maybe in the presentation or in the actual dissemination of the information that was presented. However, we have to kind of look at this being a conforming site application, and as Council Lampe told us just a little while ago, we are not a punitive board. We are not an enforcement board. We are here to basically look at an application and make sure that if there is any deviation or variances that we feel are presented in a way where we feel that those are duly supposed to be given. And so in this situation, I'm going to vote aye for this.
Commissioner Torres,
Eddie, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. Okay, just like Commissioner Bobby stated, I was looking at the video and seeing what ticket. I also was I had to be somewhere else that day. But with that said, the condition of the wall, I guess, is hopefully be done no matter whatever happens to this project. No matter if it gets voted to be built or not built, that the wall still gets built. And the just for the public, I'm glad they keep coming out. But I've been on this board, like I said earlier today, quite a couple of years now, and I've seen this happen before. Where something was asked, not the first time, maybe by the courts, to look at a case over again. So not something like some of the public thought that is out of the ordinary. And I would like to say for the record too that this is what this board has to go by. We have to go by the law. The law tells us that we need to review something over again, then we have to review it. I'm pretty sure most of us don't want to review something over again, but that's what the law is. And the other thing is that sometimes certain things in certain neighborhoods, but there is we don't do enforcement. So there's a lot of contractors out there that I don't, but doesn't mean anything. That's why I'm here. I'm here to look at what they present to us and what is in the master plan and what is in that redevelopment plan, and then make a decision for that. There's a lot of projects that I didn't like. I had to vote yes for because it was in the plan to be built that way. And so with that, I'm going to vote yes for this project. And thank you for allowing me this your time. Thank you.
Commissioner Green,
I vote yes.
Commissioner Lipsky,
This application, in all the years I've been on the planning board or the redevelopment agency, is one of the most disappointing. I think Council Wine was generous in his diplomatic way of saying that we may have misunderstood to kind of give us a way out. I clearly understood what I was voting on and stand by what I voted on. The practicality of it is we hear tonight and we've heard I'll just say here tonight, is that this is an as of right project. And, maybe the as of rights need to be looked at. When you have two council people, a county commissioner who come before us, as well as numbers of people from the public, and have opined on 3 separate occasions, and thinking that this may have resulted in something different. Poet Robert Frost, in a poem he wrote 100 years ago called Mending Wall, said, "Before I built the wall, I'd ask to know what I was walling in or walling out, and to whom I may give offense." That clearly was not in this picture. And if it were, I mean, to Mr. Wine's point, he's met with the community, but to meet with so many members of the community and still come out with such distrust, with such concern, is concerning. Frost, in 2 phrases in his poem, says good fences make good neighbors. But that's not going to clear the legal matter here. If we vote to deny this, there's one other remedy, and that would be the courts. And from everything that I've been told, we would spend tens of thousands of dollars and likely lose. So for that reason, I'm going to vote in the affirmative distastefully.
Commissioner Gangadin?
Yeah, I just want to thank the public for coming out this evening again and to speak on this application. And thanks to our elected officials. There's a lot of that went on into this project. And I know the builders met with the community, and to the fact that the disrespect have started from the beginning. That still did not sit well with me as a commissioner as well. So I'm going to stand by my vote and vote no.
Chairman Langston.
So I was an aye on the last vote. I voted for the project. It is a minor site plan with no deviations. It is an R3 zone. It is appropriate for the R3 zone. Demolition was approved by the historic wing of the planning department. The site was found to have no significant significance to historic. So they approved the demolition permit. And at that point, the wall was destroyed. I take that seriously. We did place the condition to get that wall rebuilt. We've added tonight that wall be rebuilt before anything else is constructed. And, I know the public doesn't come to every one of our meetings. They haven't been to, 10 years plus worth of meetings that I've been to. I've never put a condition on a developer or an applicant that I review a wall before construction continues. So I am taking this extremely serious. I want to echo Commissioner Torres's comments. There's personally developers in this city that I don't like. I think the work is below standard sometimes. I don't know this developer. But if, I went with this board doesn't have the ability to decide whose work is up to the zoning standard or not. As long as they comply with the zoning, that's all this board can ask. It's up to the building department to decide whether their work is, up to standards or not. That's why we have inspectors. But, I agree with Commissioner Torres. If I only went on who I thought was a good builder, a good developer, half of the things in this city I would be turning down at this board, and we would be sued left and right, and we would lose all of those lawsuits because that's not in our purview. So one last thing I do want to add, I appreciate the elected officials coming out, stating their case. I do want to let the public know that the proper channel to change zoning, if you're unhappy with the zoning in your neighborhood, is to petition City Council. City Council is the only body that can change the zoning for a neighborhood. They would petition us to draw up a plan. We would give recommendations, and ultimately City Council would vote on what they think the zoning should be for every neighborhood, provided that it's in line with the master plan of the city. So again, City Council can change the zoning for any area of the city. That is their purview, is not our purview. We can only vote on what the zoning currently is. So with that, I'm going to draw this to a close. I'm going to stick to my aye vote previously, and I'm going to vote yes again.
Motion carries 5-4, 1 against. Motion to approve with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're way past Mike's break. It's 7:36. Let's get 10 minutes, and I'm sorry, 7:37. We'll be back at 7:47, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Council. All right, let's come to order again, please, everybody. And we'll move on to item 11 is case P23-06. I'm sorry, skipped one. Item 9 is the review and discussion of Kelly Pender as a certified artist. Formal action may be taken.
So with these, there is no presentation. It's just planning staff reiterating that the artist certification board has voted and recommended them to us to vote on their re-certification. This artist has already been certified, so and their period of certification is up, and now they're looking to be recertified. They meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and planning staff recommends approval of their recertification.
All right, thanks, Cam. So we've been presented with all of the relevant paperwork. Does anybody have any questions before I open up for public?
No.
Okay, thank you. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this artist certification, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
See no public to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, we have your recommendations, so I would entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve the review and discussion of Kelly Pender as a certified artist and forward to City Council for formal adoption.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
I just want to congratulate Ms. Pender. I do see her name in the attendees. Best of luck, and I'm going to vote aye.
Okay, motion carries. All in favor to approve the recertification of artist status for Kelly Pender.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Right, so we'll move on to item 11, case P23-062 is a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 619 Marin Boulevard.
Okay, promoting Thomas Lean.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley. This is a notice case that was carried from October 10th. I would just ask that Council confirm he is in receipt of my affidavit of notice.
Good evening, Council. Just give me 1 second. I'm waiting for my computer to unfreeze here.
Tom, who are your professionals so I can promote them in the meantime?
Sure. For now, can you please promote Joseph Mealy and also Dean Marchetto?
Okay, done.
So, Chairman, I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 619 Marin Boulevard here in the city. It was noticed for the October 10th meeting date and carried with the preservation of that notice till this evening's meeting. It does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, Council.
Thank you, Council. The application before you this evening, I just want to quickly correct a note on the agenda. It says a preliminary and final major site plan with variances. We are not requesting any specific variances and did not notice for them. It is an as-of-right application. This is a proposal for the development of a 14-story mixed-use building. There are 613 dwelling units. 15% of those are affordable, according to the guidelines within the IZO as it is currently adopted. There are 200 parking spaces in ground floor retail. The proposal is for a site within the Jersey Avenue Light Rail redevelopment plan, specifically the neighborhood district. It is currently 8 lots It's a mixture of vacant spaces and some commercial uses. Some of you might know it as the block area between across the street from the Acme supermarket and the Best Buy shopping plaza. The proposal will be utilizing two bonuses within the plan, one being the aforementioned affordable housing bonus, as well as a coverage bonus based on the greenery that is being provided on site. We are not requesting any particular deviations or variances from the redevelopment plan. This is being developed as of right. And my only two witnesses this evening are Joe Mealy and Dean Marchetto. I'm going to ask that Mr. Mealy be called first, and he is going to be qualified both as a civil engineer and also a licensed professional planner.
Hi, Joe, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Joseph Mealy, Josephmele.
Thank you.
Mr. Mealy, good evening. I think I've been pronouncing your name wrong for the last 10 years. I apologize. But with that said, we've qualified you in the past as an engineer. I don't know if we've qualified you as a planner, have we?
I think I have testified as a planner, and I pronounce it Melee just because it's easier for people to phonetically write. So, yeah, you've been saying it correctly. You're okay.
I'll adjust. I'll probably change it again. I don't know. So, with that
Every
said,
10 years I'll change it.
Perfect. Hopefully I'm gone by then. With that said, are your licenses as an engineer and planner current tonight?
Yes, in the state of New Jersey, professional engineer, professional planner, and professional land surveyor as well.
Okay, thank you. You are qualified then.
Thank you very much. So I'll start just describing the site. You got a little bit of an overview from Mr. Lean on the proposed development and such. The project, and I'll bring up the set of site plans. Okay, so what I'm presenting right now, if you could see that, is the site plan, engineering site plan set that was submitted as part of this application. Same set of plans, dated February 22nd, 2023, last revised July 7th, 2023, prepared by Mid-Atlantic Engineering Partners, titled Preliminary Final Site Plan, 619 Marin Boulevard. So I'll get into it. The project's located at 619 Marin Boulevard, designated as lots 2 through 8 and 11 of block 7103. The site, as you could see on the aerial maps, it occupies about 3/4 of the block. It has 3 street frontages. The area is approximately 1.27 acres. And the site currently contains various commercial 1- and 2-story buildings. The remainder of the site beyond the buildings has concrete, asphalt, gravel surfaces. And as was probably mentioned, the site is in the neighborhood district of the Jersey Avenue Light Rail Redevelopment Plan. Site's located at the north end of the city, about 3 blocks south of Hoboken. There's an inactive elevated rail to the north across 16th Street. Exxon gas station and Holiday Inn to the south, opposite 15th Street. And there's a TD Bank, Best Buy surface parking area for Acme on the east side, opposite Marin Boulevard. And you know the St. Lucy's development is under construction to the west of us, adjoining us on the remainder of the block and across the street of Grove Street. So as was stated just a few minutes ago, this is a fully compliant application. As an overview, the development consists of a 14-story, 160-foot tall mixed-use building containing 613 residential units, 15% affordable units, about 5,000 square feet of retail commercial space on the ground floor. And there are various amenities and structured parking that our architect can dig into a little bit more. The parking garage is fully wrapped, contains 200 parking spaces,
30 of which are EV spaces, and that complies with the 15% ordinance by state law, EV ordinance. And you have 2 enclosed loading areas, 307 bike storage spaces, and an enclosed trash room, just as a general overview of the building. So getting into the site metrics, I'll stay on sheet 2 of the plan set. And I promise not to go through each one of these requirements. If you could see that, I'm kind of seeing it unclear on my plan right now on my screen. Well, in any event, this is a fully compliant application. The density here is form-based. There is an affordable housing requirement that we're satisfying. The permitted building height, 14 stories, 160 feet, and that is what's being proposed. There are building setbacks that are required here, but they're based on sidewalk widths in the redevelopment plan. On the Marin Boulevard side, the requirement is 10 feet, and we're proposing over 10 feet. On the 16th Street side, the minimum requirement sidewalk is 15 feet. We're proposing 15 feet. 15th Street, again, 15 feet is what we're proposing, and that's what's required. And the side yard, and that's where the St. Lucy's development is. There's a 0 side yard setback in this redevelopment plan. The lot coverage, what's permitted is 75% plus 1% for every 300 square feet of green roof that is being proposed. And based on that, we're proposing quite a bit of green roof on this application. We're allowed to be 100%, to have 100% lot coverage. This application has 96% lot coverage, so we comply. Other notable requirements that we comply with, each and every one of them, obviously minimum lot area. There's a minimum and maximum requirement for parking spaces. The minimum is 0, so we could have 0 parking spaces, and the maximum is 396. And we're proposing basically right in the middle, 200 parking spaces under this application. There is an EV model ordinance that I mentioned before. 15% of the spaces have to be EV, and we're proposing that, we're providing that. We comply with all building design criteria in terms of materials, appearance, features, and we comply with the signage requirements. We comply with the parking and loading requirements, as I said before, including wrapping of the parking garage. And we comply with the apron and aisle widths, sidewalk width requirements, and the Jersey City forestry standards. We're providing the desired bike lanes that are suggested in the redevelopment plan. So those are some of the big picture zoning requirements and things that we're proposing. So now I'm flipping over to the site layout plan. If you could see this, I'll touch on all the street frontages, starting with 16th Street. Along 16th Street, you see that there's a 300-foot frontage. The street is 60 feet in right-of-way width, and it's 30 feet curb to curb. It's a two-way street, east and west. There are existing sidewalks, but they're in pretty poor condition. They consist of concrete, broken up concrete and asphalt, and they're 6 to 7 feet wide. There are 4 existing aprons. One of the aprons along this street frontage in the existing condition is 48 feet wide, which would not comply. We're proposing a building along this frontage that steps in and out along the at the street grade. We have utility rooms and amenities along the street frontage. Only 2 aprons, which comply with the redevelopment plan at 20 feet for access for cars going in and out, because it's a two-way. And then there's a 10-foot driveway very close to it for loading to the east of that vehicular access point. We have 15-foot wide sidewalks, like I said earlier, and we would be proposing new street pavement striping, crosswalks up to along the street of 16th Street, up to including the Marin Boulevard intersection. So very similar along 15th Street, has the same right-of-way, but 15th Street is actually a one-way going westbound with parking on both sides of the street. There are 14-foot wide existing concrete sidewalks and asphalt sidewalks that are in pretty poor condition, some missing curb, if you've been through that area. There's one, there are actually two aprons along this frontage. One is 100 feet wide, the other is 50 feet wide. So we're proposing a building along this edge as well that steps in and out, and you have access to a stair area, a plaza, and that's access to the lounge of the building. We have retail utility rooms and a bike storage area and refuse area along this street frontage. 15-foot wide sidewalks, one apron for internal loading, and new street pavement striping crosswalks similar to 16th Street up to and including Marin Boulevard. Going to Marin Boulevard, which is the third frontage, we have 150 feet of frontage along Marin. Again, it is a 60-foot wide right-of-way, a 40-foot cartway in this case, and there are 2 lanes northbound, 1 lane southbound currently, 10-foot wide existing sidewalks, and 3 drop curbs actually along Marin Boulevard, which I was kind of surprised to see. One is 75 feet wide, a 40-foot wide, and a 20-foot wide apron. So again, we're proposing a building that at the street grade is stepped in from Marin Boulevard about 18 feet, and we have a building that articulates in and out along that street frontage, a ramp and stair to the main lobby, trying to get the main lobby elevated, new 10-foot wide sidewalks, and no curb cuts along this street frontage. Again, new street pavement along this side, and we're proposing here the 49-foot cartway width that's recommended in the redevelopment plan, protected bike lanes in either direction, and those, like I said, are enhancements that are recommended in the redevelopment plan that we adopted here. You can see that we implemented many improvements along the streetscape and frontages of the 3 streets. I'll flip to the sheet 6, which is the lighting plan in our plan set. Same sheet, sheets that we submitted as part of this application. Throughout this site, there are existing Cobra head fixtures. I think there are 8. I know there are 8, and those 8 will be removed and replaced with 12 LED signature, the Jersey City signature fixtures that you would see along the streetscape. So three Cobra heads on 16th Street, 2 on 15th Street, and 3 in Marin would be removed. And we comply with the redevelopment plan's lighting requirements in terms of light levels and such. Flipping to sheet 7, which is our landscape plan in this plan set. Currently, throughout the entire development, there are no street trees along any of the street frontages. On 16th Street, we're proposing 9 street trees. 15th Street, we're proposing 7 street trees, and these are all in the 5 by 10 planter areas that are required in the Jersey City forestry standards. Along Marin Boulevard, we're proposing 4 street trees. The building also, you don't see it here, but the building does provide a green roof that I mentioned earlier. We have 12,059 square feet of extensive green roof, and we comply with the Jersey City green area ratio of 0.25 for this site. Roof also contains various amenities and rooftop equipment, and like I said, we comply with the forestry standards in terms of landscaping. I'll flip to the grading, drainage, and utility plan. If you're interested in the utilities here, I'll be quick on this. Basically, the streets and sidewalk grades will remain the same. We did submit an engineering report dated February 22nd, 2023, and that would outline the stormwater requirements, the water demand, the sewer generation, the sanitary sewer that would be generated from this development. And obviously, that same report would be submitted to the various agencies to gain approvals for water and sewer, and was already reviewed in terms of stormwater by city engineering here. Stormwater is designed to comply with peak flow reductions for the 2, 10, and 100-year storm. On this plan, the fourth plan, the sheet 5, I'm sorry, grading drainage utility plan, you can see where our detention tank is located in the parking structure of the facility here. We're proposing an 8-inch sanitary sewer connection on 16th Street, and new water mains proposed on 15th Street that extend out to Marin Boulevard. And obviously, we're going underground with electric and telephone and communication. So finally, this project is a permitted use in a redevelopment area with no deviations. And we did get 4 review letters from the city, planning, engineering, JCMUA, and Jersey City Traffic. And if you'd like, I could go through those comments unless you had questions regarding the site plan presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Melee. Are you able to comply with all of those comments?
We had comments from planning that were excellent, in my opinion, that they basically reiterated the fact that there are no variances or deviations. Jersey City Engineering had a comment with respect to a portion of the habitable building encroaching over the property line, which I assure will not happen. I don't think that it was shown that way on the site plans. So if there is any unclarity on the site plans, we'll fix that, but there will be no encroachments of the building over of the habitable building over the property line. And other than that, we can comply with all the remainder of the comments. Same thing with JCMUA. They had some technical comments, all of which we can comply with. Going to Jersey City Traffic, there were many comments that we can comply with. There were some suggestions to, and I don't know if Mr. Lean, you want to weigh in on some of the comments with respect to deviating from the redevelopment plan in terms of the widening of Marin Boulevard from 40 feet to 49 feet. So we plan to be consistent with the redevelopment plan. If we were to adhere to their recommendations, I think we would require a deviation from the redevelopment plan. So I'll kick it back over to you, Tom.
Yeah, sure. You are discussing the October 2nd, 2023 memo that was generated by the Division of Traffic Engineering. Comment 1 speaks to traffic's recommendation that the project not follow the redevelopment plan requirement that the cartway be expanded from 40 feet to 49. I do want to stress to the board that the applicant is willing to comply with whatever the final decision of the city is, whether they plan to follow the redevelopment plan requirement or in planning and traffic meeting, eventually abandon that proposal and amend the redevelopment plan. I would note that compliance in either manner does not affect the structure of the building. It's really about whether the sidewalk is expanded or really is kept in the manner that it is right now with a 40-foot cartway or a 49-foot cartway, which would set the sidewalk back. As Mr. Melee said, it would be a deviation, and it was never our intent to come before this board and ask for a deviation. Our intent was always to follow the redevelopment plan. But at the end of the day, it is a recommendation to the board that we really can't decide on. It's up to the board whether to comply with that recommendation or have us comply with the redevelopment plan. We would prefer to comply with the redevelopment plan so that this is a fully compliant project. But at the end of the day, the recommendation is what it is, and applicant is willing to comply with the final determination of the city.
All right, thank you, counsel. Liz, can you speak to this at all?
Yeah. So we added the regulation to the redevelopment plan to have this widening when we did the amendment. I believe it was in 2021. That was when different staff was working within this division. Upon receiving this memo, we in planning spoke with the transportation staff. They believe that they're, as their memo says, they're not looking to widen Marin. I think that you know, they're the ones that are controlling the road at this point in time. So I guess it's a matter of I would kind of just recommend continued coordination between our office and their office to just make sure we're getting the right thing on the ground.
Okay, well, you know, obviously my inclination is to not impose a deviation on the applicant. I would prefer they went by the redevelopment plan, but you know, we can say that they have to continue to work with the city, but you know, this is their application tonight. If we approve this application tonight, you know, they can start building technically tomorrow. Well, after we put the resolution through. So how do we continue that conversation without impeding the applicant?
Chairman, if I can make a recommendation, or just put something out there for consideration by the board, I think my client would be willing to have as a condition of approval to continue to work with both departments. And should the city ultimately decide not to expand the cartway, I believe one of the reasons that I wanted to qualify Mr. Melee as a planner is that I think the deviation is warranted if it were to be, if we were to be required to not comply with the plan as it's currently written. So I think what we would say is we would continue to work with both departments and would ultimately be able to comply with whatever they determine to be the final, you know, the final planning for the road here. But I think what Mr. Melee can put on the record is that even if we were to not follow the determination here, there's at least a basis for the board to say that we can deviate from the actual proposal to widen the road here.
I don't think we could commit to that tonight, though. Yeah,
I don't think we, right.
One or the other. You know, we're not going to give a blank check to anybody here. You know, I'm more comfortable going through, again, working with, you know, the applicable agencies. But I would prefer to keep a clean application that complies with the redevelopment plan. And if, you know, if changes need to be made, you know, I would suggest either changing the redevelopment plan or, you know, coming back with that deviation. But I would rather move forward with a clean application tonight.
And that's acceptable to applicant. If there is a change in the redevelopment plan at some point, or if everybody comes to a meeting of the minds and decides it's best that we don't expand the road, we'll have to deal with that further down the road in compliance or coming back to the board in an amendment.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Melee?
No.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, swearing Dean.
Sure.
Hi, Dean. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, it's Dean Marchetto, Marchetto.
Thank you.
Mr. Marchetto, good evening. Unfortunately, I do have to ask, is your license current tonight in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are qualified. And are you going to be working off these same plans that Mr. Melee has up?
No, I have the architectural plans.
Okay, and Mr. Melee, if you could just stop that screen share for us. So we can look at Dean's beautiful plans here.
I'm having trouble, oh, here it is. Couldn't find the stop share button. Too many screens. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'll share my screen. Okay, I think you can see it.
We can, yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you and good evening, and thank you, board, for your time and consideration. My name is Dean Marchetto. I'm the architect for the project. My associate architect, Alex Mayorga, who assisted me on this project, is here. If there's any technical questions, he'll be able to answer them for you. But what I have here is, well, Joe did a great job of explaining the zoning and the site, so I'm not going to waste your time repeating that, except to say that the site is 1.25 acres, and it's located in this map right here on this block, which is 7103. It's about 3/4 of the block, and it's in the neighborhood district of the Jersey Avenue plan, and as such, it's a form-based code, and you can build a building of certain height, except that there are bonus provisions, and we have 2 bonus provisions that we're going to be utilizing that allow us to build up to 14 stories. And 96% on the lot coverage. And those bonus provisions are 1 for affordable housing and 2 for green space and open green space up on the roof and a green roof. With that said, the buildings are basically 2 towers. One is an L shape and one is a rectangle, and the 2 towers are sitting on a common base, a 1-story base. The base incorporates parking, lobbies, retail, and mechanical. And then, of course, the 2 towers are residential buildings. On the left-hand side, you could see a 3D view of the project. The project does not occupy the corner, so you see 1 tower on the right and 1 tower on the left. They're 14 stories, and this is the 1-story base. There are a set of 19 drawings that we filed, but I'm going to reduce the number of drawings for the presentation just to the essential drawings to allow you, for the sake of brevity, to just completely understand the project. So the next page is the the ground floor, and you can see in this 16th Street, Marin Boulevard, 15th Street, the main entrance on Marin, right here on the right side. There's a lobby. There's a retail component on the corner. There's an amenity on 16th Street. So you have principal uses all around the exterior. This is the corner of the block we do not have. And then going back down 15th Street, you'll see there's retail here as well. Both sides, both towers have their own loading dock and refuse mechanical area. This is the one on the 15th Street side, and here's the one on the 16th Street side. And both towers will come down with the trash chute to a refuse room, compacted into containers, and then into the loading dock for pickup on each side. There's another retail space on 15th Street as you move further west, and then there's a bicycle room as well for bicycle storage. Mechanicals, transformer, switchgear, and electrical are all on the 16th Street, on the western side of the 16th Street. In the center of the space is a mechanical semi-automated parking stacker system that will contain 188 parking spaces. And then there's additional parking spaces here at ground level where the entrance comes in, and 30 of the parking spaces will be EV chargers. All total, we have 200 parking spaces. Main entrance comes in off of Marin, and if you live in the 1 tower, you can circulate to the elevated court here. And from the main lobby, which is where you'll have package, concierge, and mail, you can also slip down this corridor into the 2nd tower. So the main entrance gives access to both towers. Moving up, this is the 2nd floor, and as I mentioned, there are 2 two residential components, one being this L-shaped building and the other one being this rectangular building. Those two towers are 13 stories above the one-story base, and between them, in a 60-foot wide dimension, is an amenity deck which occupies the roof of the garage. Comes like a courtyard. It's open on the west side and it's open on the southeast side, so light and air can come in from both sides into the courtyard. And you can see here, this will be an amenity deck that would have a pool and some outdoor passive recreation areas for residents. And on this level, which is the second floor, there are two amenity spaces, one in each tower, that give way to the outdoor space. So it could be a fitness room, a community room that accesses the common space in the middle. The residential towers themselves are pretty regular. They're double-loaded corridors, as we call them, with a corridor down the middle. Residential units facing the courtyard, residential units facing the street. Likewise, on the L-shaped tower, residential units facing 16th and Marin, and residential units facing the courtyard. I'm going to zoom in here to give you some information. Let's see. Here, you can see the 613 apartments. By the way, those footprints that I showed you circulate all the way up to the 12th floor, and the 14th floor is a little different, and I'll show you that. But you can see here we have several different kinds of apartments. We have 103 studio apartments, 73 studio apartments that have an extra room or alcove for homework or remote working, like a den, open den. There are 307 one-bedroom units. There are 2 units that are one-bedroom units that also have a separate den. There are 80 units that have 2 bedrooms, and there are 48 units that have 3 bedrooms. Okay, so this here now is the 14th floor. It's very similar to the other floors, except it's required that on the 14th floor that the apartments step back, and the entire floor that faces the street must step back 10 feet to be compliant with the redevelopment plan. So those top floor units step back, and they all have terraces along the edge on both buildings, 16th Street frontage, Marin frontage, as well as the 15th Street frontage. And this next plan is our roof plan. Once you get up to the 14th floor, the roof of the 14th floor has an allowable single room amenity space for a common area, for a party room or a community room that you could have with spectacular views, obviously, over towards Manhattan, north and south as well. The elevators come up to this area, and associated with this amenity space is an open roof deck that occupies the easternmost part of the L-shaped roof, and that is an outdoor deck that's associated with the indoor amenity space. The balance of the roof, you can see, has mechanical equipment, has a buffer around the outside, and we have a 6,940 square foot green area, which is a green roof, to absorb water rainfall in heavy rainstorm, and that green roof, along with the green roof on the other building, allow us one of the bonuses. By providing this green roof, we can increase the lot coverage of the building. And then on the smaller building, which is the building aligned with 15th Street, we don't have an interior amenity space because we have one large common one, but we do have an open roof deck there as well. So both towers have an open roof deck. The larger one has the indoor amenity space. So the next page is the exterior elevations of the building. The one on the upper part of the page here is the east elevation. That's the elevation that faces Marin Boulevard looking east. The building, as you can see, has a 1-story base. This is a recessed base. There's an enlargement down here of that recessed base. This entrance has a ramp that comes up behind this planter to get you to an elevation above design flood elevation. And then there's also a set of stairs that take you into the main front door. You can see that there is a colonnade in front of the building to protect people who are inside here from traffic, or just being enclosed in a space that feels safe and secure. You know, we're not far from across the street. We have the Erie Lackawanna building with those big concrete columns that support that overhead roadway. I think there's some reference here to that infrastructure by using these rounded columns on the base. The building itself has primarily two materials. It's masonry and glass. You can see that this is all brickwork around this facade. There are masonry columns in here. And then when you get into the upper structure here, you can see that the light blue areas are glass. And then the horizontal and vertical banding are different cast stone column covers. You can see here the colors is a copper color on the horizontals. And then some of the verticals have this darker color on them so that there's a nice colorful pattern on the grid of the building. And then this part of the building is set way back. This is the 15th Street part of the building, which is set way back behind this property on the corner. The next page here is the 15th Street elevation. You're looking at the south side of the 15th Street elevation. This is the corner that we do not have, but you can see the remainder of the block has a one-story base. Here we use brick columns to make a difference from the front columns on Marin. Again, the facade of the building is glass with horizontal and vertical masonry components that mask out the columns and the demising walls in the building. And what you can see here is this top floor steps back, and I'll show you that in another detail. The top floor steps back, and then up on the roof, you can see we have this amenity space up on the roof. All told, the building is 160 feet to the roof, and it's a 14-story total height in stories. This is the 16th Street side elevation. This faces the Erie Lackawanna Bridge right across the street, and you'll see that in the rendering. Again, the columns that support that upper residential structure, same facade. The facade of the building is light and airy. It's mostly glass. It reflects what's around it. And then the top floor steps back, as you can see here, and the amenity space is up on the roof. And this is a green roof here as well. The trees are shown in the elevation here on the base of the building. And this is the same blow up of the front we saw earlier on the previous page. And this is the elevation that faces west. This existing building on the western end of the block, the new building here. These are the two components of the building, the 15th Street side and the 16th Street side. And then on the bottom part of the page is in a large section of the upper floor. You can see a glass railing here because when the building steps back, that provides terraces for the upper floor units, 14th floor units. And then these windows are set back about 10 feet, and that would be a railing to protect residents. And then you can see the brickwork on the top. The brickwork here there's a brick selected. It's kind of like a modeled terracotta and dark brown brick mix, create a nice pattern on the building, which you can see on these two sections here of the side wall of the building. This is a little blow up. I mentioned earlier that the horizontal spandrels were masonry, and then alternatively the vertical columns are shown in a darker color. That will allow us to create a little interest in the facade of the building. So this is pretty much an overview of the project. We did receive a letter from staff, from Liz Opper, mentioning some conditions. We read the conditions. We have no problem, and we accept the proposed conditions as well as the staff recommended conditions. So that's it. I conclude by saying, we think it's a beautiful building. It's as of right, and we look forward to going on to the next step.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marchetto.
Oh, I did want to say one thing. I'm sorry, I forgot to go here. This is, I apologize for bringing this up late, but this here is the 3D rendering you saw with the base here, and then I mentioned that there was this here. This is the Lackawanna Bridge, and this is a front elevation, a 3D view looking at the lobby and the main entrance here. Covered arcade that protects people from the weather. But you can see here on this Erie Lackawanna warehouse building with this elevated bridge, the columns that come down the road there somehow inspired us to create these round columns in the front for supports, kind of making a reference to the structure on 16th Street. So that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marchetto. Appreciate it.
And just for the record, sorry to interrupt, I
That's
think we
okay.
should
Go ahead.
address these two items as different exhibits, because these are not the files exactly as they are on the data portal.
Liz, let's mark them as A1 and A2 and A3. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Marchetto, if you could just make sure planning staff gets copies of those tomorrow.
A2 and A3, yes, we will.
Great. Yeah, I have no questions for Mr. Marchetto. Anybody else?
No.
Commissioner
Okay.
Charles, I do have a quick, just simple questions.
Sure.
A little comment. Mr. Marcello, I did pick up when I saw the columns on this the other day, and driving by there, I did pick up on it reminded me of the loading dock, of Erie Lackawanna. And I was like, it clicked into me really quickly with the columns and that spot there. Without looking at this rendering, growing up in the neighborhood, I did notice. I thought that was a great picture to have it the same way. So I want to give you a credit for that. It was a good view. I could tell exactly what it was. The columns were referencing to in the neighborhood.
Excellent.
But just going back to your A9 drawing. On your A9 drawing up on top. So I just to be clear, I'm not sure, but when we measure, we don't measure to the top of the penthouse, it's just to the top of the roof, 160 feet, or not the next level that you're going up with the penthouses?
So the 14th floor is right here. And the way the height is measured is the top of the main roof. And it's 160 feet from the design flood elevation here, all the way up 160 feet to the top of the 14th floor roof. These amenity spaces that are up on the roof and the mechanicals are accepted from the height requirement.
Okay. And so the two gray items are the mechanical.
Right? Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't see that in the notes the other day when I was looking at it. Okay, that's all I have, and I do like columns. Very nice touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Marchetto.
Thank you.
Council, anything else? Is that your presentation?
Yeah, Chairman, I have no further witnesses, but two housekeeping items. The redevelopment plan does require that the applicant be designated by the redevelopment agency. They have been. The redevelopment agency actually approved the redevelopment agreement just a week ago today on the 17th. So they will be entering into that with the JCRA as per the requirement of the redevelopment plan. Additionally, we met with the Office of Affordable Housing. We did fill out the required form notifying them of which units will be set aside as affordable units. They signed off on our form, which will then be converted into an affordable housing agreement, which we will also sign and enter into with the city. So those are two of the other requirements, and we are going to fulfill both of those.
All right, thank you, council. And
I'm sorry, Chairman, could you tell me the percentage of the affordable housing that he said was approved?
Sure.
What was the percentage?
Yeah, it's 15%.
Okay.
That is in compliance with the inclusionary zoning ordinance as it currently is written and stands in our code. And the redevelopment plan requires that you comply with that. And then there are also certain levels of affordability that they're required to supply. It's not just one level of affordability. It's a mix of very low, low, and moderate, as well as a mix of studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedrooms, all in compliance with the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
thank you, council. And council, there is one condition I always add when there's affordable housing involved, that the finishes, the fit, the appliances, and just the general construction overall in those affordable units are up to the same standard as the market rate units.
Absolutely, and we can comply with that condition.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. So with that said, at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, I see one hand up already. If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Promoted Sandra Joseph.
Sandra, if you're there, you can unmute and turn your video on. Hello, Sandra.
Hello, my
see
name
you.
is,
Just give me 1 second. I'll swear you in, then you can give me your name and everything like that. Okay? If you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And now for the record, could you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
my name is Sandra Joseph, SandraJoseph. My home address is 220 Garden Street, Hoboken, New Jersey.
Thank you.
I'm the owner.
Miss Joseph.
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Joseph, I was just going to say we have 3 minutes for you, and I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead.
I'm the owner of properties on Grove Street. I've been in that neighborhood since 1985. I've owned the properties. And there's been a continuing problem in that neighborhood that this project isn't addressing, the St. Lucy's project isn't addressing, and the new project at 605, 607 Grove Street isn't addressing, is the sewer system. With every storm, it gets worse and worse. I don't see anything in this project that's going to stop the water from coming into my basements. I don't see anything in this project that is going to stop the flooding under the viaduct. You are putting in almost 1,200 units plus the new homeless shelter, but there's been nothing to upgrade the sewer system. That water comes into my basement, not from groundwater, but from the caps blowing off the sewer system. What is the planning board, or what are the requirements for developers to address the sewer system in that area? Because everything they have is going to be underwater in all their nice little areas unless the sewer system is addressed in that area. The second problem is when they started on the new shelter for St. Lucy's, it created an incredible rat problem where the rats are still running around the neighborhood. Now you're going to start digging up St. Lucy's. You're going to have this building, and I lost you. And we need to address, or the city needs to address, or the developers need to address the rat problem in that area because it's only going to get worse. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Joseph. We appreciate your time. Council, do you want to address anything there?
Sure. I'll speak to the question raised about rodents. As part of any plan that is submitted to the building department, there's a rodent and pest control portion and mitigation plan that's submitted with our plans. Our project will be no different than others. And obviously the goal is to try and to handle that situation as best as possible. And the plan needs to be approved by the building department when it's submitted. As to the sewer and water problems, I will have Mr. Melee address that as the civil engineer. I will note that based on the fact that what is currently in place, which is largely impervious service, and the fact that we are replacing it with areas that have new drainage and the green roof, I believe we are improving the situation, but I'll allow Mr. Melee to address that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tom. With respect to the existing conditions, the entire site is pretty much impervious, and we're putting in improvements that will remain impervious, but we're required to make some design requirements have us attenuate the stormwater flow, reduce the stormwater flows from this development for the 2, 10, and 100-year storms. And we do provide that. That was the one sheet where I was showing you that large detention tank in the building that would hold back some of the stormwater flows. In addition, as was stated, we're in a tidally influenced area. So that requires us to bring the building finished floors 1 foot above, a minimum 1 foot above the floodplain requirement for the residential area. So the access lobbies and such and the residential units have to be elevated above that. And in improvements to the area in terms of stormwater would be those attenuation accommodations that we provide in the building, the stormwater tank and such.
So I could add something as well. The roof of the building has almost 12,000 square feet of green roof, which the plan requires for the bonus. The plan is forward thinking in that way. And so 12,000 square feet of green roof acts like a sponge. So when there's a heavy downfall, before the rain goes right down the pipes onto the sewers, it's held up at the roof for a couple of hours in this sponge that we're building up there, and it releases the water slowly to eliminate flash flooding. That's something that is prescribed in the plan, and we incorporated it in the project, and should be a substantial help to mitigating water runoff from our project.
That's an excellent point, and that's something that's not even accounted for in our calculations. So it would be even beyond an improvement to what we've calculated in terms of stormwater design.
Okay, thank you, guys. All right, let's move on to a public comment, please. Anybody else from the public? If you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Chair, seeing no one else from the public wishing to speak, I move to close the public section.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Liz, do you want to add anything?
Yeah. Staff agrees and has reviewed this project very thoroughly. The proposal is totally in compliance with the permitted zoning. Just wanted to note and say it for everybody that there will be 92 affordable housing units that would come online with this project, which is really exciting, and we're happy that this is an opportunity where that can occur. And then just kind of dealing with some unusual site conditions, like being in a flood zone and then having the irregularly shaped lot. The solution with the 2-tower design kind of helps navigate the corner of the property that is not included or the corner of this block that is not included in this development. So just recognizing that there were some obstacles, but that were addressed in compliance with the required zoning. In terms of conditions, I believe Mr. Lean indicated they had reviewed and were okay with conditions.
We are in agreement on the conditions in your memo and also the one added by the chairman.
Okay. And then I guess just to also maybe to clarify one of the conditions, we have a standard condition that says applicants shall address and comply with review agent comments as part of reso compliance. And as we kind of have this discrepancy with the transportation comments, I think maybe we should maybe modify that condition a little bit to kind of resolve that issue of if we're widening the road or not, and if that should be in your reso compliance set or not. Yeah, I guess we should. Do you have any ideas of how to clarify that, council?
One proposal that I had advanced earlier was the possibility of providing an alternate. I don't think the chairman and the board was too keen on that idea. I think that we can at least make it very clear in the resolution that there is an ongoing discussion on that matter. And though the project is approved as it is, there will be we will maintain an open dialogue, and if conditions change, applicant will continue to work with both traffic and planning to design the project or any future amendments around that proposal. That's the best I can do, given that we're compliant now.
Yeah.
But if the redevelopment plan is to change, we might not be down the future. And obviously our goal is to continue to work with the city. I think we're applicant is completely in alignment with trying to make this project work. But without having any certainty on what might change in the redevelopment plan, I think the only thing we can do is agree to an open dialogue with the city.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. So with that, staff would recommend approval.
Okay.
With
Thank
these
you, Leslie.
conditions.
Appreciate it.
So Chairman, just to that point of that road widening, Council, if I'm understanding correctly, we're talking about the potential of the road being widened both in the plan and in reality at a future date?
The plan as written requires that the cart path be widened from the existing 40 to 49 feet to accommodate bicycle traffic and a bike lane. The project that was reviewed and presented to the board tonight complies with that. The issue is that traffic has raised the concern that might not be the best solution based on existing and future traffic along Marin Boulevard. That is not to say that they said that didn't recommend approval. They just said that they were not in agreement with what the redevelopment plan requires. As the applicant, all we can do is proceed with the redevelopment plan as it is written. And I think the board is also bound by what the redevelopment plan requires. So outside of saying that we are open to a continuing dialogue and continuing to work with the city to address these items, I don't know there's much more we can agree to on the record without any certainty about whether planning is going to amend or make, efforts to amend the plan to agree with traffic, or if traffic their recommendation is not going to eventually be taken up by planning, the planning board, and ultimately the city council.
Are we talking about use of the cart path, width of the cart path?
It's really both.
Essentially both.
It's an expansion of the cart path to from 40 to 49 feet, again, which would not in any way alter the bulk of the project as has been proposed. It is really whether the existing conditions would remain, which appears to be transportation's or traffic's suggestion, or the requirements under the redevelopment plan, which envisions a wider Marin Boulevard to accommodate bicycle lanes.
Chairman, as I understand it, we're talking about if traffic and planning and the powers that be seek to amend the plan to make the cart path, I guess, I don't know the right term, less wide than what the plan currently requires.
It's really to maintain the existing condition.
Right. So I presume that you're going to be installing the curb?
That is correct. That is a comment of engineering, and it's what's envisioned and depicted in our plans.
So you're going to widen Marin. If the plan were to change, you'd have to give some of your property to move that curb?
I think that, especially in the way that this is envisioned, is either we would be dedicating a portion of our property to the city, which would be incorporated into Marin as a public right of way, or there would be an easement granted to the city. Regardless, the way the project is designed, we have room to either have a sidewalk that maintains the existing condition of 40 feet, or to move the sidewalk in and comply with the redevelopment plan and accommodate those bicycle lanes.
So Chairman, I'm not appreciating what needs to go in the resolution with respect to that, because there's either going to be a dedication or an easement, both of which the council would have to act on in order to take. So it would be subject to either dedication or easement or no action, in which case it would be the existing condition, I would imagine.
I think you're correct, Mr. Lampe. If it is eventually determined that the city does not want to expand the cartway, it's as simple as them not accepting the dedication or the easement. And we plan to follow the requirement and prepare the necessary documents and present them to the Corporation Council to advance to the City Council. But if at the end of the day that's not the route they want to go, that's out of the developer's hands. They will comply with the conditions and build the project as proposed, but we can't force the council's hand.
Right. And we know sometimes things don't get dedicated or accepted.
No comment.
Okay, are we clear, Santo?
Crystal.
Love it. All right, I'll entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-062 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Okay, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Love it. Aye.
Commissioner Stamato,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
You're muted, Commissioner.
Thank you. I'm happy to see that there is in this project 15% affordable housing, which is equivalent to the 92 units. Very delighted to see that, and the 200 parking spaces. And with that, I vote aye.
Commissioner Green,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Yes, and I also would like to say that I'm very glad to put that affordable housing in. It's a big plus there, and I like the project. I like where it's at. I like that to that neighborhood. I vote aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Mike, do you want to get a 5 right now?
Thank you, everyone.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, council. Okay, when we come back, Cam, just for your notice, I would like to move to item 14 and get that out of the way before we move on to the 2 cannabis applications, 12 and 13. So if we could, let's set up for item 14 with Mr. Harrington.
Okay, noted. I'll promote him now.
Is that crazy?
All right, could we come to order again, please, everybody? And let's call item 14 as case P 2023-0011 is a preliminary and final major subdivision for the 12th Street right-of-way between Provo Street, Barnum Street, and Newport Parkway.
Okay, Chuck is being promoted now.
All right, thanks, Cam.
There you go. Sorry about that. I had to drop off and sign back on.
No problem.
So, yeah, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant for this application tonight. I note that we did provide public notices for this application and asked that they be reviewed and marked into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I am in receipt of your affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application here this evening, case P 2023-0011. It does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
So I don't see my professionals up here, so let me just give those to Cam as while I give my overview. It is Ted Hammer, Chris Collins, and Lauren Venin. And while they're being promoted, I'll give the board the benefit of the overview of this application because it's a little unique in that the application before you is for public improvements to be done by the private developer. I don't think all the board members were on the board back in 2017, but this is somewhat connected to the approval that was approved by the board back at that time for two towers. One is a 57-story tower, one's a 59-story tower with mixed uses with garages. They sit between 12th Street and 14th Street, which is commonly the in and the out of the Holland Tunnel. You know where the Home Depot is as you come out of the Holland Tunnel. Well, this property is directly to the east of that. So after that approval, my client continued to try to make some headway as to how to improve not only this project, but the circulation in the pedestrian circulation and bicycle circulation for his projects and the immediate area. And in doing that, we've been working extensively with the city, with city planning, city engineering, and the Port Authority, which owns property directly to the east of this property. And what you're being presented tonight is a result of that, because what we have done in the meantime is the city agreed, and these are all have been approved by ordinances by the city council. The city agreed to permit my client to make improvements to what is a portion of 12th Street to create a pedestrian and bicycle pathway from Provo and 12th Street that will take you down east towards Newport, and then drop you onto the Newport Parkway. So it's a connectivity between not only his projects, but all these other projects that you're seeing developed over there. And as a matter of fact, the last one just before this board, that's probably 100, 200 yards from where this would be developed. So it brings a connection to the Newport area and from the Newport area, which I think is very important to the general area. And as part of that too, the city agreed to vacate a portion of 13th Street and give that back to or give that over to the Port Authority so that they can take all of their equipment off of this portion of 12th Street and move it over to that area. And you'll see as part of the presentation, this portion of 12th Street is like you're never going to notice it when you're going into the Holland Tunnel, but it's actually there. It's on the left-hand side as you're going into the city, but it's covered with Port Authority material. So this is going to create a very nice element not just for these projects. And I note this is not a condition of approval for these prior projects. This is separate and apart. It just makes the projects better and makes the area better. So I have 3 witnesses tonight, and they'll be brief, and we have one set of exhibit. I believe Chris Collins is going to come up and just walk you through the area so you can see that. Then Ted Hammer can speak to it a little bit, and then Lauren Venon is going to just speak to the landscaping elements. So is Chris up here?
We've got everyone up. And Chris, I'll just swear you in before you go. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Christopher Collins, Collins.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins, good evening. We've qualified you previously. Is your license current tonight?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Okay, Mr. Collins, it's my understanding we have one set of deck sheets, if you will, that we wanted to mark as A2. Is that correct?
Yes. 1 second to bring that up. Okay.
And how many sheets do we
Collins,
have
just
here?
tell us how many sheets, title, last revised date.
This is 15 sheets. It's a compilation of various things, some undated, so we can date it today.
And is there a title sheet, or we're just starting with the site layout?
This is just a rendered site plan. So I'll use this to get our bearings here and show everyone around. So as Mr. Harrington was mentioning, this is a connection between Provost to the west and Newport Parkway to the east. This is the piece of 12th Street that, as Mr. Harrington mentioned, you really can't see when you're going through into the Holland Tunnel because it's actually above you. But it is accurate with the rest of the Port Authority property here. What we're proposing is a 2-way bike lane and a pedestrian walkway alongside it with some landscaping and associated lighting improvements. The bike lane will be 12 feet wide, so 6 feet lanes in either direction. And it'll be asphalt with endurable and striping. I know it's not shown here, but we're going to follow the city typical bicycle standards. The walkway portion in total is about 18 feet wide, and that is split between an approximately 6 foot wide landscape zone with raised planters, and the walkway area, which is finished with a combination of scored concrete and precast concrete pavers. We're providing new lighting. And then on either side of this, we have some fencing that'll take the form of a 8-foot high screen wall on the north side to screen the existing Port Authority facilities here. And then on the south side, we're proposing a 6-foot metal fence that matches basically what's currently there along this wall that separates the toll plaza from the rest of the site here. And as we move east, we make a bend here. This is all going to be raised relative to the existing driveway here. This is actually, I believe it's technically a street, Barnum Street, that's controlled by the Port Authority. And we've had several discussions in the past with them regarding operations and design. There are currently gates here. We propose for those to remain or be relocated wherever Port Authority needs them in this vicinity. The reason there is still going to be some occasional vehicular access through here is because of the operational needs of the Port Authority. Again, they occasionally need to bring vehicles through here that come maybe that are oversized vehicles from the tunnel or emergency access, things of that nature. And then as we get to Newport Parkway here, pedestrians will continue onto the existing sidewalk here. We got some comments from staff, which raised some great points. One of those being that the condition for cyclists once you get to this point is a little strange because there's really no good way to get cyclists back out to the road and continue really in either direction. So at their request, we prepared a concept plan to actually extend this bicycle path along Newport Parkway all the way to Washington Boulevard. So again, two-way bikeway, slightly narrower at 8 feet, protected by concrete barriers. We received several suggestions from the Division of Traffic and Transportation as part of this application, and we are happy to work with them to continue to refine this and make this work better for cyclists. And then, once you get out here to Washington Boulevard, you have access to the existing bicycle lanes and other infrastructure that the city has provided already. And then I'm just gonna, while I'm on that topic, I'm just gonna switch quickly to grading and drainage. We're using the existing Port Authority drainage facilities. I believe we had a comment from the Division of Engineering in their review memo asking if we can relocate some of these inlets. I really don't think that we can. We're working with very tight parameters, especially with regard to the underground utilities here that Port Authority has, and we really don't have much leeway to move those. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hammer, who will talk through some of these renderings.
Hi, Ted. I'll swear you in if you want to raise your right hand.
Absolutely.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Theodore Hammer, Theodore, Hammer, Hammer.
Thank you.
Mr. Hammer, good evening. We've qualified you as well in the past. Is your license current tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
And for the benefit of the rest of the board, Mr. Hammer is the record architect of the approval of the two towers.
Very well. So Chris gave a great summary of the project as it goes from Provost to Barnum and then empties out into Newport. It's about 600 feet, 30-foot wide. The headline is really that it provides access and safety on the east-west axis. When the eventually this project built on Marin, between Marin and Provost and 12th and 14th, it will provide access for those residents and other residents in that part of town to go directly to Washington without having to cross the entrance nor the exit of the Holland Tunnel. So it's not only a great way to have a walking experience, it's a safe way to have a walking experience. As Chris said, it has the bike lanes. They're separated by raised planters with foliage that will be described by Lauren, but they're raised because we didn't want to interfere with underground utilities. The fence, which if we could move back to the rendering, is perforated to give it some interest. That separates our promenade from the Port Authority's emergency vehicles, gives it a little interest and some ventilation. The other rendering that you can see is a bit more focused on the pedestrian part of the promenade. It's wide enough. It has some variety in the paving pattern, so it gives some liveliness to what the promenade can be. There'll be some benches along there for people to sit if they would like, and plenty of vegetation to give it a more human feel. So simple 600-foot promenade helps with safety, helps with access from going from Washington west. And that's the Cliff Notes version of the project.
Any questions for Mr. Hammer?
No, I have none. Anybody else?
No.
Okay, and then we'll just move right into Ms. Venon, who will just touch upon the landscaping elements of it.
Hi, Lauren, I'll swear you in if you raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Lauren, Lauren, Venin, Venin.
Thank you.
Ms. Venon, good evening, and we've qualified you also in the past. Is your license current tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to just review some of the landscaping quickly here. We do have raised planters, as Ted had mentioned, due to the amount of underground utilities. We are going with a raised planter instead of, excuse me, instead of typical in-ground tree pits. And we have a mix of shade trees, honey locusts, which are on the 2018 Forestry Standards approved street tree list. Size of trees conforms with the forestry standards. So we have shade trees and a mix of evergreens to give a little bit of separation between the pedestrian space and the bicycle space. Planters are arranged with, varying lengths for some interest, but also frequent breaks in between, so that we are not providing any dark corners, any areas that might obstruct view too much. So you can easily move from one side to the other and see, what's on the other side of the planters as you move through the space. Lighting is located along the screen wall. We did have a comment from engineering about relocating lighting to the middle area between the planters. We're not going to be able to relocate the lights due to the underground utilities. We've pulled them up close to the screen wall, where we do have a bit of a break with the underground utilities, and we're able to install them with less impact and less interference with what's going on underground. I'm just going to flip to our last page here to 2 sections, give you an idea of what it would feel like on this pathway. So you can see our trees are in raised planters, open bottom, so that we are not creating any drainage issue, but still with sufficient depth to keep the critical root zone away from what's going on underground. Benches built into the planters. We do have bike racks located between planters in key locations. And then the second section is at the wider area where, where you're coming around the bend, and where the planters stop to open it up to allow for that occasional vehicular need that Port Authority had for access for diverting vehicles at the tunnel. I will just go back to the cover page, and that pretty much sums up landscape and lighting item.
Okay, any questions for Lauren?
I have none. Anybody else?
No.
Okay,
All
that-
right, thank you, Simon.
That then, completes our presentation. As note for the record, we have received the planner's report and we would agree with all the conditions set forth there in the report, which includes addressing and or complying with the Jersey City Review Agent comments, which we have been working with closely.
All right, thank you, council. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
Not too much to add. The applicant's counsel substantiated pretty much everything in my report. I do want to stress that transportation in their memo had extensive comments specifically related to that bike lane extension on Newport Parkway, and how that continues to need to be fleshed out, and the final signature plans need to be considerably more detailed than what has been shown here. I'd just like to mark that on the record. Also, just to note, since this is not a structural project and we don't have an architect of record, instead of seeking an affidavit from an architect like we usually would before completion, I'm asking for that from the project, and staff is asking for that from the project engineer instead.
Yes, and those are all acknowledged and acceptable.
Okay, thank you, council.
Mr. Chair, I think we opened it up to the public?
Oh,
I did. I forgot to open it up to the public. I apologize. So at this time, let's open it up to the public. If
Why
anybody,
you got Orlando here?
what's that?
Why we got Orlando here?
Yeah, somebody's got
The doctor's on the ball.
All right, if anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, we have your recommendation. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve case P 2023-001 as presented to our board here tonight.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Great, I'll take roll. Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
I like this very much, actually. I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Ditto, Dr. Orlando. I vote aye.
Commissioner Gangadine.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
Definitely aye. I love the project. The only thing I would like to see is just add a couple other ideas as far as some type of litter baskets, litter control, something that would be conducive to what you have laid out, but absolutely in love with the project.
Commissioner Green. Commissioner Green, I think you're on mute. I'll circle back to Commissioner Green. Commissioner Torres?
Yeah, I love the project. Anything in that part of town to make walkways, bikeways, easier for people to get back and forth, those big roads over there, all for it. So I vote aye.
Chairman Langston.
So Mr. Harrington, back in 2017, I think you had one no vote on those towers. Do you remember who that was?
It couldn't have been you.
Could have been me. It's possible. So this was the reason I voted no on that project. This to me makes or breaks those towers, and I'm happy to see it come through. Better late than never, but my vote definitely would have been different that night if this was in place. So I happily vote aye. I agree that those bike lanes should be extended on Newport Parkway. And I look forward to seeing the applicant work with the city on those, but I'm happily an aye tonight.
We're happy too, because this is a long discussion with the Port Authority.
I can't even imagine. Can't imagine.
Chairman Langston does not seem that Commissioner Green is at her camera.
Okay.
So should we record that as an abstention or?
Yeah, let's just record that as a recusal or an abstention.
An abstention. Okay, so with a vote of 6 yes No no's, one abstention. This resolution passes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Thank
And Mr. Harrington, one of the other reasons I brought you up early tonight, I really don't see us getting to your Cottage Street application or your Monitor Street application. Do you want to consent to carry those now?
Yeah, yeah, I know you have these two coming up, so yeah, I'll defer to your judgment. If you don't believe you're gonna get to them, we'll carry those to the 14th.
The Cottage Street, I would ask you maybe to come up with a contingency plan that doesn't include EFS as well.
It's out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gone. So it's purely an administrative amendment. So on that one, if you want us to hang around to see if we get lucky, we're okay. But that is out, the EFS.
I don't think I've seen that change, have I?
We have an exhibit to present. We've flushed that out with Mr. De Silva. It's going to be the same. It's going to be a stucco, but it's in the same color. It's just not an EFS system, so it looks the same.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you want to hang around, that's fine. I'm going to hold us to that 10 o'clock rule, though. It's been a night, obviously.
Yep, fair enough. But
right.
Obviously we're not going to get to Monitor Street, so I'd ask that be carried and my notices preserved, and we would consent to any extension of time.
Okay, thank you. And that's case P2023-0004 is a preliminary and final major site plan for 118 to 130 Monitor Street. We're going to carry that to a date certain on November 14th with preservation of notice.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, council. Okay, that being said, let's jump back to item 12 is case P23-069 is a conditional use for 390 Tunnelly Avenue.
Hi, good evening. Shirali Patel on behalf of the applicant, Buka Culture
Good evening,
LLC. Before I just give a quick overview, can I call up the other witnesses?
Sure.
If we can get Judy Donnelly. She might just be named Judy. Rob Benedetto. Jeff Bartley. Bennett Paranti. And if either John Harder or David Fahim are on. Or Jay Harder is on, yes. Okay. Thank you. So we are here tonight, and I just want to make sure the whole notice and affidavit and service has been provided. If Mr. Lampe can just confirm he's received the affidavit and notice packet.
Good evening, council. I am in receipt of your affidavit and notice proof of publication with respect to the application of 390 Tunnelly Avenue here in the city. All does appear to be in order. Can mark it as A1 for the record, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
So this is regarding 390 Tunnelly Avenue, block 4601, lot 42. It's for a class 5 cannabis retailer micro business approval. We've been following this process for just a little over a year. And so I do want to mention that the clients were unanimously approved by the CCB, or the Cannabis Control Board, on January 23rd of 2023. We submitted initial planning board application in March. We had to make some site updates, and now we are here in October for our hopeful final meeting until we move forward to City Council. All of the required documentation has been provided to be heard, including a letter of no objection from the local councilman Saleh, numerous MOUs with nonprofit organizations in Jersey City, community impact plan, workforce development, civil engineering plans, traffic statement, etc. As far as the map is concerned, there's no schools within the 200 feet radius that have been determined by the Division of Zoning. We have a letter from them, as well as engineering. And there's no retailers that have been approved thus far within the 600-foot radius. So as far as distance requirements, I believe everything is in compliance. The applicant is not seeking other endorsements, and it's just strictly for the retail micro business premises. They've received their conditional license from the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission, and they've also submitted their second extension request. This may be the final request extension the state of New Jersey provides in order for them to submit the rest of their application. So we're hoping that, tonight we can move forward. The 390 Tonelli Ave is within a permitted zone, which is a highway commercial zone, where retailers are permitted to be. Mentioned the separation distance requirements are met with the school, and then as far as other retailers, and I believe there were a couple of categories that staff wanted to hear testimony on, which were odor, noise, and security. So we have our security professional who's here, who's going to be able to talk through some of those points. We also have the architect, the engineer, our traffic professionals who have prepared their plans so that they can walk you through. We'll try to make it as quick as possible. I know it's been a long night for you, so we'll just have them do a screen share, walk through their plans, and then be able to answer any questions you guys have. So if I can call my first witness, unless you guys have any questions, I would like to call our architect.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Yeah, go ahead.
Judy Donnelly, you want to unmute yourself and you can put your camera on, please? I know she was having some technical issues.
I think I still might be having some difficulties. As a matter of fact, Joe David, registered architect, has worked on the project. He's also on this call, and he was planning to do the testimony since he worked on the project.
Can we call up Joe David? Did he have his name in?
I'm here.
He's here. All right, Joe, I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Joseph David. First name Joseph, Joseph. Last name David, David.
Thank you.
Mr. David, good evening. I don't believe we've ever qualified you, have we?
You have not.
Okay.
I am a licensed architect in New Jersey. My license is current and good standing.
Okay, and how long have you been practicing as an architect?
Since 2006.
Okay, and where did you learn your trade, I should say?
I got my bachelor architecture degree at NJIT. I have a master's architecture degree at Pratt Institute.
Okay, very good. Thank you. You're qualified, sir.
Thank you.
Joe,
Can I share my screen?
Yeah. Does he have access to share screen? Okay, great.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds.
And then Joe, if you can just walk them through, the architectural plans and specifically highlighting some of them. Yeah.
All right. So the site is 390 Tonelli Avenue. There's 2 buildings on the site. There's a small accessory building right on Tonelli Avenue. And there is a retail building, existing garage that's been converted to retail building. That's at the back of the site. The existing accessory storage building is going to remain. It's being reduced in size. Its location, existing utility meters. It is not a public building. It is not being used for the cannabis business. The facade of this building is going to be reclad on all 4 sides with aluminum composite panels with a light gray finish. There's no existing windows. We're not adding any. The cannabis business is taking over an existing garage, which is at the rear of the site. The main building, it was a masonry garage. The plan for the retail building we developed with the owner and with their security consultant. It's designed to be in compliance with all security and security camera requirements. There is a single entry vestibule. This is the only public entry and exit to the facility. After check-in, there's secure entrance to the retail area with a counter where product will be delivered to customers. This connects directly to the back of house area. Back house area includes the stock room, break room, a small mezzanine, secure storage vault. The employee entrance, deliveries, and trash removal will be through a secured fenced area that connects directly to the stock room. The building is designed to meet current building codes, have an HVAC system designed to comply with odor mitigation and noise mitigation requirements. At the exterior, the 3 publicly visible facades of the retail building are going to be covered with solid aluminum composite panels with an iridescent finish on a raised parapet wall. These solid metal aluminum composite panels will appear to shift color based on your viewing angle. There's one exterior sign is within the size requirement. It'll be internally illuminated. There'll be uplighting the sidewalk located at just the front facade. There's glazing at the public entry, an exit vestibule, which is located below the building signage. And that concludes my very short architectural presentation.
Thank you, Joe. Before I switch to the engineer, any questions for Joe on the architectural plans?
I do have a quick question. That
Yes.
illuminated outer wall, is that, I'm sorry, not illuminated, is that actually lit?
So it would be externally lit. We have lights in the sidewalk that would uplight it.
Okay, different. Okay. But I would want to condition that all lights would be out when the business wasn't in operation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we could definitely make that a condition that would just be during the proposed hours of operation.
Okay,
For
great,
safety
thank you.
reasons. Sure.
That's my only question. Anybody else?
I
All
can
right, thank you, Mr. David.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And if we can swear in the engineer, Rob Benedetto.
Hey, everyone.
Hi, Rob. I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. Robert Benedetto, Benedetto.
Thank you.
Mr. Benedetto, good evening. I'm gonna say maybe we qualified you in the past, have we?
We have not. I think you just recognized the haircut and
It
think
could
I
be.
must have.
Yeah, I see it every day. Okay, just I
sure.
can't qualify you on that comment. I wish I could, but if you could just go over your background for us and your licensing.
Sure. I'm practicing civil engineer for over 10 years. I'm licensed in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Delaware, a number of other states. I've appeared in front of dozens of boards. Licenses in good standing, Bachelor's of Engineering from the University of Delaware.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
All right.
Rob, can you share your screen for the civil plans, please, and walk me through? Thank you.
Can everybody see?
We can, yes.
Great. So, I'll kind of just flip through a quick little page turn here. So we'll start with the demolition plan. I do have an aerial here if you guys want to see the site. As you can see, it's, mostly asphalt. The property does extend back here a little bit, which we're not touching really much behind the building at all. So as far as the property itself, as Shirley mentioned, it's block 4601, lot 42. On the northbound side of Tonley Avenue between Carlton Avenue and Spruce Street. The zoning is Highway Commercial District. The property is 36,720 square feet. Currently contains 2 separate 1-story frame buildings. We're partially removing one of them towards the frontage. The main building in the rear is going to remain. That's where the facility is going to be. There's existing freestanding signage near Tonley Avenue that's being removed. Most of the site itself, the asphalt, as I mentioned, in poor condition. There's chain link fence set back directly across from the entrance that's going to be taken out. The sidewalks don't exist right now. It's just an asphalt sea right up to the curb. There's 2, you could call them curb cuts to get in and out. Those are going to be removed and replaced and made more standard. And as discussed, the project itself is just a proposed cannabis facility dispensary. For the site plan itself, as you can see, we're going to clean it up a lot. All the asphalt is going to be removed. The renovations to the building, our architect just went over. The site itself is going to have new concrete curb, new asphalt, parking striping, directional signage, directional striping. From a circulation standpoint, it's going to be a one-way in, one-way out. I believe there's a median here, so we don't want to obviously be having people try to go over that. So the circulation is just going to go in a counterclockwise direction right through the site. Deliveries are to be made towards the south end of the building, over in this vicinity here. So there's enough space for trucks to perform a kind of back-in movement right here. As far as trash and recycling goes, we have a dumpster top a reinforced concrete pad over here. And the the trash is going to be stored there for scheduled pickup with the city. We have ADA curb ramp for accessible, access to the building from the parking spaces. I mentioned the 2 new curb cuts are going to be in accordance with city standards within the right of way. We're also going to be providing a new concrete sidewalk within the right of way, so there's going to be more connectivity up along Tonley Avenue. We are adding a bike rack back here for sufficient for 5 bikes. And there's going to be a generator just south of the dumpster down here. As far as just the separation of the properties, we're installing a white vinyl fence around the generator and the trash enclosure to keep them separate from the rest of the site. From a grading and drainage, skip ahead. From a grading and drainage standpoint, currently the site just grades from the right side all the way down to Tonley Avenue, east side of Tonley Avenue. So we're maintaining that, and we are reducing the runoff on site as we're adding a significant amount of landscaping. So there's a catch basin right here that splits the curb cuts that's still going to collect the runoff in that regard. So kind of a curve under curve situation as far as the drainage goes. The overall reduction is about 6,000 square feet of impervious surface being converted to landscaping. Along that same note, roof leaders along the building will discharge to grade and continue to maintain that drainage pattern. The curb itself is going to have a 6-inch reveal, which is standard. And there's just a little 2-foot wide stone trench over here to collect grading to make sure there was no ponding. From the utility standpoint, sorry, it's getting a little too far. Back to this plan here. So the building currently has water service and sanitary sewer service. We're going to maintain those, and we'll be reducing the demand for each by changing the use. So we don't anticipate that being an issue. There will be a new gas service to the gas main within the right of way. Applicant is we're going to confirm functionality, size, and location if there's any issues, but right now we don't anticipate any issues. And the electrical service is going to be coordinated with the service provider should it need to be upgraded. The lighting design and the landscape design has been designed to meet the city ordinance, meets the 5% of the trees for the parking area. And I believe we have the 50% of the required landscaping along the right of way. We also meet our shade tree requirements, 1 for every 10 spaces. And from a signage standpoint, 10% max is allowed. We're proposing 5.8%, 73 square feet. We are proposing for freestanding 150 square feet max. That's in accordance with the ordinance. 25-foot height, proposing 25-foot, and we're meeting the 15-foot setback. And just for reference, go back to here. I believe, nope, misspeaking, sorry about that. And a couple last minute notes. There's no environmental constraints for wetlands or flood hazard area. We're submitting outside permit agencies to Soil Conservation, County Planning Board, and State DOT for highway access permit. The circulation I mentioned briefly, but the parking spaces will be the Jersey City standard 8.5 by 18. We're proposing 43 spaces where the ordinance, I believe, only requires 8. The 43 requires 2 ADA spaces, which are also close to the building. And as far as any bulk variance justifications, it's not really any bulk variance. It's just existing nonconformities for front yard and side yard setback, which is this existing building along the corner of the property line. And I believe that concludes my testimony for right now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Benedetto. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Problem. Raleigh, you're muted.
sorry, if we can swear in John Harder.
John, you're on mute, but do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good. Just state and spell your name, please.
John Harder, Harter.
Thank you.
Mr. Harder, good evening. I don't believe we've qualified you in the past, have we?
I've been testifying for about almost 30 years now. So at some point I've been at Jersey City, maybe half a dozen times, but years back. But I'll certainly go forward and testify. I'm principal with Atlantic Traffic. I'm licensed in this state and about 10 others. I've been accepted in more than 150 municipalities in this state. And my focus has been on traffic. I went to Lehigh University, Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. And
Okay, that's fine, sir. Thank you. You're qualified.
thank you.
Thanks. John, if you can walk them through the traffic statement that we submitted as well as like the DOT application.
Sure, I'll be brief. We started with DOT since we're on 109. And we had a pre-application meeting with DOT back in September. Of 2022, we filed with the department. Our team doesn't even know this except for Rob. We just today received comments, nothing on the access design, very minor drainage comment, and asking us to identify some ITS installations along the front edge where there's fiber optics there. So we're in very good shape with DOT. Expect we'll resubmit and get our permit very quickly. And Rob described how we're improving the site access. Today, it's really in disrepair. There's no sidewalk, which we'll be providing. We'll have very clear ingress, egress, and signage, pavement markings, etc. And let's see what else in terms of the access, one-way access flow throughout the site, which I think is a benefit. And the parking well exceeds the city requirement, also exceeds research done by ITE, which would project about 25 parked vehicles at a maximum. For IT now does have research on marijuana dispensary. It's 882 in the ITE research. And for this project, we just prepared a traffic statement, which means we didn't go out and do counts and analysis because we don't merit or warrant a full study when we're less than a significant increase. And that's defined as 100 peak hour trips. And we fall below that category. So our traffic statement goes through and explains that. So I think that really are the high points of the traffic issues.
Thank you, John. And I know a whole statement's been provided. If there's no questions for John, I'm going to call up our security professional next.
Okay, thank you. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
Thank you. If we can swear in Jeff Bartley.
Hi, Jeff. I'll swear in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
It's Jeff Bartley, JEFFBARTLEY.
Thank you.
Mr. Bartley, I don't think we've qualified you in the past either, have we?
You have not.
Okay, if you could just go over your background for us.
I started in loss prevention asset protection in 1991, attended Ball State University, spent my first 7 years working with the U.S. Postal Inspectors. After that, I went to Viacom, where I did internal audit, executive protection, asset protection, etc. Did that for a decade and a half, then moved into high-risk security, which includes pawn, jewelry, casinos, cannabis, etc. Joined Sapphire Risk, and we're the company that the client subcontracted to write their security plan and design their security build out. So that's my background in a nutshell. Over 30 years of this.
Thank you, sir. I would consider that qualified.
Thank you. If I can share my screen here. And I will skip Sapphire Risk. I think you're all familiar with Sapphire Risk. I know that you have heard testimony from people from our company before, especially with regards to Downtown Flower. I believe Tony Gallo represented a client before you before. As far as this client goes, we wrote the security plan, which is entirely compliant with any of the New Jersey CRC regulations. It starts with the security. The entire floor plan was built through a concept called crime prevention through environmental design, which basically looks at things like customer flow, window location. And in this instance, there are no windows, but it's designed entirely from the beginning with how to prevent and deter crime. Additionally, this dispensary will only be open during set operating hours, and we will make sure that one manager is always on site. Consumption of any intoxicants, including cannabis, will be prohibited. There will be exterior surveillance, and a government identification will be checked multiple times during the life of the customer on the property, first when they walk in the building, and then whenever they choose to make a purchase. We also will be installing a Knox box on the outside of the building, which, if you're unfamiliar with that, essentially is a box that provides keys to first responders in the event of an incident. There's no need to wait for management or somebody else from the company to attend. They have the ability to access the location during an emergency as quickly as possible. As far as the access control system, the entire building will be fed through access controls. All employees will carry key cards. They will only be able to access areas that are compliant with their roles. Any visitors that comes in will also be required to sign in and sign out, and all record of visitors will be retained. The building will continue to use, or will only use, commercial door locks, non-residential metal doors, external doors, as well as access entry control points. And the general public will only be allowed to enter through the front entrance. From a security system, the location will have multiple different security devices, including glass break detectors, door contacts, alarm panels, hold up and panic buttons, motion detectors, and their general keypad. The keypad is self-regulating. It actually tests, and in the event of alarm loss, or it detects tampering of any kind, it actually sends a signal to the alarm monitoring station that there is an issue and needs immediate review. From the video surveillance standpoint, the building will use a network video recorder, so all camera footage will be maintained off-site. In the cloud, so to speak. They will retain all video for 90 days, and all cameras will be a minimum of 2 megapixels. In order to capture clear and certain identification of anyone in the building or on the property. Additionally, cameras will be located anywhere that cannabis or cannabis products are stored, as well as the exterior of the building. From a storage standpoint, all cash will be stored in a TL30 safe, meaning that a skilled individual with the appropriate tools and locks would need 30 minutes to break into it. The vault will contain a 9-grade 15-point mesh in between the walls that's secured with something called secure clips, which prevents someone entering the cannabis vault by trying to bust through the walls with the sledgehammers or things of that nature, hardening the target and making it very, very difficult to access the vault unless that you have the appropriate key card and PIN in order to enter the vault location. Security personnel will be on site during all hours of operation. They will be trained in both conflict resolution and customer and employee safety. Their primary job is to act as a deterrent, but yet still be able to render aid. Let's see. We will also be responsible for helping the store provide their safety and security training that is designed to not only prevent internal and external theft, but also diversion. And then we also provide an internal theft hotline where employees can anonymously report issues, which is a great way to know the temperature and exactly what's going on inside of your building in the event that there's some form of unethical activity occurring. That open door policy is great for that. From an inventory management, as we mentioned, any receiving will come in through the south end of the building in unmarked vehicles and unmarked packages per CRC regulations so that nobody knows exactly what's going into or out of the building. And then this is their rendered floor plan from the security modification side, which shows access areas based on general customers, retail, and employee-only areas. You'll note the location of the different cameras and motion sensors. There's also an outside audible alarm in the event that something is triggered. That noise can be heard outside of the building to provide attention from the local community if necessary. The vault is clearly marked and indicated of the improved, enhanced, and reinforced walls and doors to prevent entry. And then there are multiple holdups and panic buttons located throughout the store in the event of an incident. An employee can access those. You will also see one quick emergency escape per requirement on the left side of the rendered drawing, which in the event of a fire provides access for any employees inside the building to evacuate safely. And that is the extent of my presentation. If there are any questions.
This just differed a little bit from what was posted on the data portal, because it was in presentation mode. Can we just enter this as an exhibit, please?
Thanks, Matt. You took my question away. That was my only question.
Yes, we absolutely can do that.
So can we just mark this as I guess it would be A2?
A2.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And just Charlie, if you could email this over
Yes.
to me tomorrow, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure.
All
Any
right.
questions for Jen?
Thank you. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
No.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, so that concludes at least the professionals' testimony as far as the architects, engineers, traffic professionals, security professionals. We do have the applicant here, but you know, we just want to make sure that we provide all the testimony that Matt and the staff had, you know, laid out for us in their staff memo. So hopefully we've hit all those points. I think I might just want to mention one quick thing as far as odor mitigation. This is a retail facility. Everything comes prepackaged. There are no raw materials that are coming into site or being stored on site. So there shouldn't be any issues of odor emanating from the facility. But even if there is, they have plans to contract with a engineering company that's been doing HVAC work for well over 30, 40 years. And so essentially what they would do is equipped within the HVAC system, they would put carbon filters that would eliminate canvas odors from emanating from the premises. And those filters would also be replaced regularly so that they're always effective for mitigating odor. And I believe an odor mitigation form has been submitted to that effect that was signed by the professionals.
Okay, so those filters would be in place, or
That's
are
correct.
they only if there's a complaint or a problem?
No, they're going to be equipped with it, period, no matter what.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Yeah, I don't know if we need any additional testimony from the applicant. You know, maybe we'll go to public, and, you know, if we need to hear something else, we'll reserve that right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Chairman, seeing no one from the public wishing to speak on this application, I move to close.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
We just prepared a staff memo that we circulated to the applicant and put on the data portal. We have 5 standard conditions that we have for applications such as this that we'd ask the board to include if they make a motion to approve.
And council, those you've seen those conditions?
Yes, at the end of the memo, and we're in agreement with whatever staff recommends.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So I want to entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-069 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation and conditions.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Okay, Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Gonzalez,
Abstain.
Commissioner Torres. Commissioner Torres, I didn't hear you.
Commissioner, you're calling?
Yeah, Commissioner Torres.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Very good presentations by all the professionals. It dovetailed well together. So I wish you buku success, and I vote aye.
and Chairman Langston. I'm sorry, Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Sorry. And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote aye. I like you're thinking out of the box with the lights on the front of the building. It's different. That's what I like to see. The city needs more of that. So I'm happily voting aye.
On a motion approved with conditions, motion carries 6 in favor, 1 abstention.
Thank
Okay,
you so much.
thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Okay, given the hour, it is 10:05. We will not open a new application after 10 o'clock. So Cam, we've already spoken to Mr. Harrington. Can we bring him up? And then we'll look for Mr. Rosenberg as well.
Promoting Mr. Nelson, I believe he's here in Mr. Rosenberg's stead.
Yes, that is correct. I'm here on behalf of Zach Rosenberg and Kansas Group.
Okay, so sir, given the hour, we won't be able to get to you tonight.
Yep.
Cam, do we have room on the 14th?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to shuffle some things around, but we do, and we are 3 weeks out, so any applicants that haven't noticed yet, we're gonna have to push them off, but yeah, we do.
Okay. Yeah, let's we've carried this already, so let's make this happen on the 14th. So council, we can offer you November 14th with preservation of notice if you're okay with that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you, council. Enjoy your night. So we're going to
Take care.
carry case P23-071 to conditional use for 638 Communicable Avenue, carrying that to a date certain to be November 14th with preservation of notice. Do we have Mr. Harrington or no?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there he is. All right.
Great.
So council, we already carried your Monitor Street application. We're on to case P23-104.
Yep.
And once again, can we make the 14th happen with this?
Yeah, I mean, considering the nature of this application, I think, yeah, we could.
Okay, and council, if you could, does planning staff have the updated plans?
I'll check on that. Matt and I actually traded emails, so I'm gonna make sure he gets it as soon as possible.
Okay. You have at least a week to get them to us, so we'll carry you to a date certain on November 14th with preservation of notice. Once again, that's case P23-104. That's an amendment to a major subdivision for 35 to 43 Cottage Street.
And that's actually, the agenda is wrong. It's not a major subdivision, it's a major site plan. I just saw that myself. It's an administrative amendment to the site plan.
You're right, it is. Yeah, it's not a subdivision.
We will have
Okay.
that fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, council. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Have a good night. Okay, so with that said, that carries out the rest of our agenda. Let's move on to memorialization of resolutions, please.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to memorialize the following resolutions. There's I believe 12. Let me just make sure. Okay, so number 1 is resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board. Case number P23-065. Applicant is 12 Nevin LLC. Address is 16, 18, and 20 Nevin Street, Jersey City, New Jersey. Block 15004, lot 40, 41, and 42. This is for an application for a site plan amendment approval with C variance. Number 2 is resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, Consolidated Rail Corporation for extension of minor subdivision approval, Newark Ave and 363 Newark Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 10901, lots 100, case number P23-051. Number 3 is resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant in Pels-Malls Venture for preliminary with C variance at 381 Route 440, block 26102, lot 3, case number P23-072. Fourth resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant is 394 Summit Avenue LLC for a preliminary and final major site plan approval with C deviations at 394 Summit Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 10802, lot 8, case number P23-067. Fifth resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of Greener on Grove LLC approving application for conditional use to operate a micro business Class 5 cannabis retailer establishment at 608 Grove Street, block number 7104, lot number 1, P23-028. Number 6, resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, the applicant Elta Loon Incorporated for conditional use 433 Palisade, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 3902, lot 27, case number P23-097. Seventh resolution of the City of Jersey City Planning Board in the matter of Ballerini Central Avenue, RE LLC, 421 Central Avenue, block 2805, lots 29 and 30, case number P2023-0006, Neighborhood Commercial District application for preliminary and final major site plan approval with C variances. Number 8, resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant 808 Pavonia, Phase 1, owner LLC for extension of time to file a plot for preliminary and final major subdivision approval pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-54A, approved block 10601, lot 34.03 and lot 34.04, case number P2023-050. Resolution number 9 is resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant 808 Pavonia, Phase 1, owner LLC for extension of time to file a plot for preliminary and final major subdivision approval pursuant to NJSA 40:55D-54A, approved block 10601, lot 34.02, and approved block 9404, lot 34.01. Case number on that is P2023-0049. 10th resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, case number P2023-0038 for minor subdivision, applicant Blue Star Developers LLC, address 40 Waverly Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 5802, lot 45. Number 11, resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City is Section 31 review, applicant New Jersey City University for Section 31 review property at 42 Hernandez Way, New Jersey, City University West Campus, block 21902.01, lot 1, case number P23-074. And number 12 is resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Jersey City, applicant Retreat New Jersey LLC for conditional use 656 Grand Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block 17205, lot 3.01, case number P22-230.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please, for resolutions?
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Stamato.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Yes.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor to memorialize resolutions.
All right, thank you, everybody. I hope I can just skip over executive session tonight.
I
Yes.
second that.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
So made.
Okay, motion is made, seconded, thirded. Thank you, guys. We are adjourned and see you in a few weeks.
3 weeks.
Everyone have a
Appreciate
good
everybody.
night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Halloween.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.